believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. That I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is our Freedom Friday show. We are all dedicated to freedom in this country, and I just said a very outlandish statement that we don't have freedom and democracy in this country, and I mean it. We don't think it's necessarily oppressive, but we are not testing our freedom. If we don't test our freedom, we really never know how free we are. So what I do every night is test my freedom. And so far we've been able to do a show for 10 years, and it's been going very well. But I'm censored heavily, and I know I'm censored heavily, and people are getting lots of money to censor me in my own country. When we were on Blog TV for 4 years, we got donations. We haven't gotten any donations from the viewers at Vaughn or iVlog because a lot of people don't have a lot of money who are let in here. And the people that view us all around the world can't donate because they're foreigners. So the only reason why this show keeps going is because of my tenacity. My effort to keep this up is all based on one simple premise. Excuse me, I'm burping. That if we don't do this, nobody else will. Well, very few people have donated, so we're not functioning on a money basis, which kind of gives us strength. Whereas the Democrats, Republicans require big $50,000 plate dinners to operate, we don't. Which scares the hell out of the elitists, because there's no way we could possibly be stopped. They don't know how to stop me. They've been throwing huge amounts of money at one of the networks, and the guy's made tons of money. I mean, $60 million trying to stop me, and they can't. Yeah, I just burped, excuse me. But the reality is, this natural organic movement, which doesn't rely on money, is unstoppable. It's a very interesting scenario. And the only reason why we keep going is we can. And in a country that, like North Korea, I'd be taken out and horsewhipped and sent to a Camp 22 to die with cabbage and dung. So in a way, we are kind of more freer than other countries. We're more free, but we're not free per se. If you or I were to go out in the street and screaming about something really mattered to us, we'd be hauled in on a 5150 and we wouldn't get out of jail or a mental hospital for 15 days. We aren't that free. And we like to think that we're free, but we're not that free. We are freer than other countries, though. That's really what I'm saying. So as far as democracy is concerned, there are a couple of good things going for us. We have a more informed populace, but many people, like the ones who support Donald Trump, actually believe that the news is fake, so there's nothing on the internet that we could learn. That is a complete delusion. That's a big mistake because you're not using your critical thinking ability on the right. But if you also think that everything is true on the internet, like say you're just completely of the belief that everything is true and you just have to believe everything, then you become a conspiracy nut job. That's not good either. There are parts of the news that are fake, but to say the news is fake is not true. There are parts that are good and bad. You have to pick and choose. You discern as a viewer what's true and what's not true. We give you a lot of information that you would normally never know what to do or process. We bring you pictures of things that don't make any sense, like this picture of a hole in the ground carved out at the Paradise campfire attack. This doesn't make any sense. I've never seen a tree from a forest fire like this before.
What? Look, where? How? How, John? None of the other trees look like that. Look.
Where's the tree?
Where's the tree?
Fucking gone.
Where's the tree?
Look over here.
Look.
It was literally carbonized down into the root. The only thing that could have done that is a temperature of about 3,000 degrees. Most forest fires burn at under 1,300 degrees. So that really isn't the big question we have. The big question is, why isn't the government investigating this as arson at a different level? Why aren't they saying there was an accelerant used? How come there's no arson discussion going on in our government? Because the government is covering it up. They don't want to admit that they've been scorching the earth to get rid of property so they can take it over for other purposes. I believe what happened at the Campfire Paradise situation was genocide. Plain and simple. Those people were burned to death. And it wasn't just 88 people. A lot more than 88. There were 46,000 people living in Paradise, California last year. Where did they all go? You can't tell me the area absorbed all these people. A lot of them were retirees with no family members. They're all burned to death to a crisp. And we can't just call that a fire due to global climate change like the Democrats are doing. And Jerry Brown was such a moron by saying this is the new normal. All he has to do is hire a bunch of new planes that scoop water out of the ocean and put them on a fleet to go after every fire that happens and put it out right away. But Jerry Brown's not a thinking person. He's merely standing there acting like he's the status quo of the New World Order and accepting the fact that we're burned to death. You like it when I curse, really? Cool. Thank you. I think about the plans that I have and how I want to help the country. I give it a lot of thought every day. And I take it seriously because I can see our country slipping away into a very dark chasm where elitists who live outside of our country are paying our Democrat Republican officials off, buying them for pennies on the dollar. A lot of these people are like whores. It's unreal. We went to Bing last week, and I did a word search for Bing. And I'll take you to Bing right now. Bing is a search engine. You can do it yourself. We were looking at some stats about Nancy Pelosi. Look at that beautiful eagle. That's really pretty. Wow. That's quite a scene right there. And I looked under Nancy Pelosi. Net worth. How the hell did she get $120 million working for $190,000 a year all these years? How is that possible? That raises a big red flag. Yep. Corrupt Democrats. David, have you ever considered the average person will never realize what is wrong besides for what the news tells them? Well, Misanthropy, the average person around the world is watching our show, and they listen. If we could only get this message to go into Americans' homes and American discussions, we could get these people to understand what's happening. We have communication, but they've stifled it in the mainstream. They've prevented my name from even being mentioned. The people that came to my door and videotaped my positions from the major news center, Como News here in Seattle, they brought Beta SP cameras and they videotaped me. And I remember one woman said, "It's your time to shine." And she completely was a bubble-headed idiot who had no idea what's going on. So I spieled out exactly how I felt, and they didn't play 1 second of it. In fact, they got rid of both tapes. Both 20-minute loops were destroyed. And they won't even return my email. And both of the people that interviewed me have both been fired. And you tell me I'm not censored? It's not that they don't like me, they're afraid of me. I wield a huge vocal impression upon people. Every time I open my mouth, I make a major impression upon people. I can't help it. It's in my nature. That disturbs them. They don't want anyone to speak their mind. They want people to be controlled. They want people to step in line exactly like a bunch of clones, while we march our way off to our own graves, which they're paving for us right now. I listen to other languages. I can hear some meaning in 3 languages, but I can't speak in any other language besides English. Jerry Brown and Nancy Pelosi and the Democratic Party have supported sanctuary cities, which many people don't understand. A cop killer in San Francisco was hiding under the sanctuary city plan, and he killed a cop, but the Democrats don't want anyone to know about that. Look at that green card holder down in, I believe it was Oklahoma, that killed a young girl. No, it was Iowa. A green card holder killed a woman he stalked on a bicycle. And she was only like 17, 18 years old. She was killed by this guy. It's happening all over the place. We've got lots of crimes that are not being properly dealt with by our cops. Our cops are falling short of doing their job. They're not getting to the cause of why 55,000 kids a year get snatched from their parents and no one knows where they are. They give the parents the runaround saying, "Oh, we're doing everything we can. Yeah, thanks for your message. Bye. Click. We'll get back to you if we find any news about your child." Click. So tonight we talked about offense in our pre-show. I got a little bit out there. The idea here is to make these things an impenetrable barrier and do it for under $1 billion. The net cost for 2 layers of fencing made out of containers for the area of 1,000 miles covered is $1 billion max, including labor. So if we just put our minds together, we can get these containers in position. We've got enough truckers in this country that would probably be willing to, drive their rig for the cost of gas to get the trailers, moved out there. There are people that will work for a fee too. We'll pay everybody everything they want, but we can't pay them a lot. We could get prison labor to build, to push the containers into position, and we can get cranes to come by and lift each one into position. The bottom layer is the first layer that needs a lot of labor. A lot of people could work for money, $1 a day for prison labor. Not that I want to pay them $1 a day. I'd rather pay them $1 an hour, but we don't have a lot of money to spare. If we need prison labor, we'll give them prison labor and we'll give them their freedom when they get out. After a couple months of working on the border, they can have their freedom to go home. We'll give them a little swag bag and a backpack to carry their stuff in, and maybe a suit, a leisure suit. Yeah, give people some sort of a start when they do the job of 2 months at the border and then get their freedom. A great way to get cheap labor. Yeah, you guys can completely rebroadcast on Twitch. I'm surprised you haven't thought of that. Some of you have speeds as high as 150 megabyte upload speeds. I'm suffering with only 10 megabyte upload speeds on a cable system. That's as much as I can get. They charge us $90 a month, I think, for our internet. So some of you have 150 megabyte upload speeds. You could easily take our show and bump it onto Twitch. I have an internet service provider that provides me the bare minimum. I get 100 megabytes download, 10 megabyte upload. That's the bare minimum in America right now, but across the world, the globe, I'm sure people, struggle to get 1 megabyte upload speeds. The average I get when I go to a Wi-Fi hotspot is about 1 megabyte upload speeds. So a couple days ago, we were having a major storm that was never announced by our local people. They never said we were going to have a storm. It took out practically all the electricity in Seattle. And I did my show from a Wi-Fi hotspot in my car.
That's the problem with Melko. He doesn't understand there's a gray zone in every argument, and I think that's a problem. Not everything is black and white.
Now, I had this show going in my car for 4 hours. That's how dedicated I was. In the middle of a
I didn't
windstorm.
want to have to find ways in which I could at least find good qualities in Donald Trump. I mean, I felt that he violated my rights by taking my ideas, but now I think about it, I'm beginning to see a silver lining in this dark cloud.
So bear in mind, 1 megabyte upload speed will get you a signal, and we did our show with 300 kbytes on Vaughn and 300 kbytes per second on iVlog. That's all we needed, so I was able to do it with 1 megabyte upload. So I can theoretically do a show from any location with a satellite link. I could get a HughesNet account, and they offer 3 megabytes upload, 10 down. But it's just as expensive as the network we're getting now. But I can't beat 10 megabytes per up. They don't have fiber optic in my area. They promised it 10 years ago and never delivered. All right, moving on. Yes, so the FCC is launching an investigation into a CenturyLink outage. Well, looking into the possibility that there was a fire that started because of electricity in California, that's certainly one of the stories that's flying. Dave, Newsweek attacked our soldiers because they were getting MAGA hats signed by Trump. Does the media have no shame? Why attack and try to shame the U.S. soldiers? Well, that's a good question. I believe that was a cheap shot. It seems like the media is just picking on Donald Trump like vultures on a piece of meat. And I'm not that kind of a person. I've made some very brash claims about Trump. I'm the first guy to start talking about the felonies. They're picking at minuscule little issues now. It's ridiculous. Unless they can get the real charges filed by Mueller, we need to stop attacking Donald Trump and just deal with the rest of his presidency, okay? And if he wants a wall, which I think we need, let's get him a wall. So Charles Schumer is going to have to bend on this, and so is Nancy Pelosi, and so are all the Democrats. It's time to start realizing we need border security. The problems in California being over budget has mostly been due to illegal immigrants coming into the state, drawing on the revenue. California is the biggest offender. They're borrowing left and right to finance illegal aliens. Trump claimed to troops about pay raises, but the false statement he made doesn't check out. Yeah, he offered this to the American people who are in the military.
Know that we will always protect those who protect us. You protect us, we are always going to protect you. And you just saw that because you just got one of the biggest pay raises you've ever received, unless you don't want it. Does anybody here? Is anybody here willing to give up the big pay raise you just got? Raise your hand, please. I don't see too many hands. Okay.
All right, so in the first visit to U.S. troops in conflict zone, Trump grew chairs. He told Trump's, what you saw that. Facts are he's wrong about there's no big pay raise for service members in more than 10 years and about their raise being especially large. The U.S. military members have gotten a pay raise every year for decades. As well, serving several for the last 10 years have been larger than service members are getting now. But again, picky. Details. You know? What patch is he wearing? I don't know. The poopy patch? You got me. So he doesn't get his facts straight. He tweets incessantly about odds and ends that are defending himself. Just accept the fact that Donald is Donald and let's move on. Okay? Thank you. I'm the one who wanted to see felonies charged. I didn't see any by Mueller, so I expected the Democrats to put together an impeachment hearing. If they don't pull that off as soon as they take power, we'll know that there's something wrong. So let's just wait and see if an impeachment process starts in the House. If they've got serious charges, I hope Mueller passes that information on. Otherwise, let's stop attacking Donald on the most minuscule things. Let's be a little bit more sensitive to the fact that he's handling a lot of pressure right now. And let's realize that our country's security depends on him functioning as a leader. Whether he's been compromised by Russia, we still don't know. We can only hope that he hasn't been. Poison Pez says a shutdown could block federal aid to farmers hit by the trade war. That's right. We don't need to give farmers who grow sorghum and soybean, genetically modified soybean and sorghum, we don't need to give them $12 billion. That was a mistake. Yeah, we should rescind that amount to our farmers and force them to grow hemp instead. Yeah, we don't need any more sorghum, and I think the Chinese, because they shut off their supply of food, now can suffer from not having any sorghum. And by the way, we should also cut the supply of free rice we give the Chinese. $40 million in free rice because we still see them as a third world nation. Cut that supply and we'll save the farmers some money there too. Let them sell their rice and don't give them subsidies for it, and we'll see how many people want to buy it. I'm sure they could use rice down in Venezuela. I'm sure we can send it down there. They really are in need. I don't see any reason that we shouldn't send them something. We're certainly not helping those poor people. All right, moving on. Trump has fought for the $5 billion fence, calls a wall, whatever. I support that. I'm going to continue supporting that. I want to make sure that they get the money they need to get started. But I would also hope that this shutdown will teach the Democrats a lesson. And I hope that Trump learns a lesson too. We can't afford the spending. He has overspent $500 billion every 6 months he's been president. That's insane. Oh, Trump has 6 days to stop the shutdown or will be removed by the Speaker of the House. This is the law. That's interesting. I did not know that. Fascinating. Reagan had 6 shutdowns. Could you show me that law? Thanks. I didn't realize he has to immediately fund something that the legislature has not complied with. Why? We don't need to help Venezuela, Delvin? Oh, how would you like to be starving to death? Really? Well, if we have a little extra food, don't you think it'd be nice to send it down to them? Especially considering our sorghum farmers are hurting so bad and they need subsidies. That'd be kind of a nice thing. Give them a little food. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. We're not going to benefit by letting Russia continue to build bases. Now, Russia wants to build a new base for their missile in the Caribbean. I completely deplore the idea. Yes. I've always been a stud, but thank you. I don't talk about my early days when I was young and having relations with women all over the place. No. There was only like 3 years where I would, be playing the field kind of thing. All right, so Russia says a new missile flies at 27 times the speed of sound and renders all defenses useless. This is one of the most provocative things a country can do. And this is on the heels of Donald Trump saying he's pulling out of Syria. What are they thinking in Russia? Why would we even pull out of Syria with this intent? Donald, if you're listening, you might want to stay in Syria. What kind of a joke is this? And now he wants to build a missile base for this missile in the Caribbean? Did Vladimir Putin fall asleep and wake up as Adolf Hitler? I mean, did anyone notice? This is not a diplomatic move. We need to get back to the drawing table and start talking about an international treaty. An intermediate nuclear force treaty, a new INF treaty, would really be beneficial here. So Donald, if you're listening, I want you to tell Vladimir Putin that we will not pull out of Syria unless he gets to the talking table and talks about an intermediate treaty. We can always renege on your desire to pull out of Syria right now. Yeah. I mean, we're making overtures to pull out of Syria, and this is what they come back with? Is this some sort of a joke? We are not Venezuela, no. But I don't see leaving Venezuela in the lurch with no food is I don't want anyone to suffer. If we've got extra food, give them some food. Putin has been doing whatever he wants to Ukraine. He's the new Hitler. Well, then I guess he's got a problem, doesn't he? Well, there is no strategic advantage of keeping troops on the ground in Syria, Donnie. Except to piss Putin off. Yeah. We're already making overtures, and he's responding by claiming he has a missile 27 times faster than the speed of sound. Well, we certainly have a purpose in Syria if we want to continue to challenge. Remember, Syria has 350,000. Excuse me. Syria has 350 planes that could be detrimental to our position in the Middle East. So, in a way, our position in Syria also prevents Bashar al-Assad from gaining access to an oil well, which is very important to him. Now, us pulling out of Syria gives them strategic advantage and more access to oil. You may not be aware of this, but during the Russian election for Vladimir Putin, where he rigged the votes in the last Russian election, the Russians sent over a group called the Warner Group, a group of mercenaries to try to stop us in Syria. And we kicked their ass. Over 135 people died. Did you hear about that? No. Maybe even more died. We dominated in Syria recently. So if Putin responds by our overture to end our presence in Syria in such a negative direction, then we obviously made the wrong decision. As much as I want to get out of Syria, I don't see any reason to do anything with this guy if he's pushing for more and more nuclear weapons or faster missiles. Why would we want to negotiate with somebody like that? I don't think we should be in Syria. But at this point, we've already stifled Bashar al-Assad's ability to get oil. We've already done a major thing there. We continue to guard those oil wells too. If we pull out of Syria, we lose control over those oil wells. And whatever rebels were there will continue to control that region, won't have control for much longer. I don't know. It's like we create a little vacuum and offer something nice like pulling out of Syria, and in response, Putin comes out with this threat. I don't understand. I think we are possibly dealing with a new Hitler here. Well, we would be creating a vacuum if we pulled out. That's my point. All I'm trying to say is we don't need to be in Syria. We don't have any long-term goals that are being met. But we do have a position that does need to be defended. If Russia continues to ramp up the verbal rhetoric for more missiles and faster missiles, I want to get them to the talking table. So one of my overtures at this point would be to say, well, maybe we won't leave Syria after all. Maybe we will stay until we get to the agreement that we need to reach with an intermediate nuclear force treaty. We need a bargaining chip here, and obviously pulling out of Syria isn't going to give us any leverage. So why pull out of Syria? He doesn't even respond nicely. He turns around and threatens us with a missile that he claims can fly 27 times the speed of sound. He doesn't realize that we've got laser beams, nuclear-powered laser beams that could fry his entire nation. But running around bragging about his weapons, that's not the kind of thing I want to do. No, I don't want to work on the sea. It's pretty dangerous out there. Yeah. Slayer War Ensemble. I would like to move towards nuclear disarmament. nuclear non-proliferation. I want to get us both of our countries in the right direction. Syria is Melania's real name, really? I didn't know that Melania's real name is Syria. No, Assad wasn't elected. He was given the role of running his country by his dad. You got to be kidding me, right? I heard about 2 Norwegian girls getting their heads chopped off by ISIS in Morocco. Yeah, I heard about that. Horrible. We're not done with that yet. We'll have to revisit that later. I agree, Donnie. Syria was Obama's poor strategic maneuver in trying to control a long-standing Russian ally by force. But, Donnie, this is fluid. I never thought that Russia would continue this rhetoric against our country. This is impossible to even begin to imagine this rhetoric coming out of them after we offered to pull out of Syria. At this point, I don't think it's necessary to pull out of Syria completely. I'm changing my position in lieu of Russia's recalcitrance, their inability to actually stop fanning the flames of war. We need to open up a dialogue with Russia about beginning to downstage our nuclear weapons and pull out of Syria. And certainly putting our missiles in Poland was not a good move, so we may make some progress there. If he's willing to negotiate. But if he's not willing to negotiate and end this ridiculous attempt to build a nuclear missile site in the Caribbean, then I guess we'll be having some problems in times to come. I mean, how do you respond to a bully trying to threaten the world? We already had this problem. We dealt with this problem back when Hitler did this. Now Putin's doing it? I don't think we need to answer that question. I think we all know the answer to that question. No, I'm not looking for bodyguard, Joe. I've got maximum defenses, plus I'm fully armed. Yeah, I don't have any fear whatsoever. Even though I get death threats every day, I'm not worried. Yeah, we've got nukes in place. But why is it that this person, Putin, is doing this? And when you look deeply into the problem, you realize that Putin is in this for the money, and he's an ideologue. He's made over $200 billion lying to his own people, claiming he's a communist, while remaining a gross, greedy capitalist. And in the process, it has put all of our nations in jeopardy. Now, the Russian people have no power to stop Putin. Putin's already fully controlled them and will kill anybody who questions them. You know, he's already proven to cause people to die eating polonium every time they go up against him. By the same token, I don't think Assad has had a fair election among his own people. But that's not my problem. It's not, Russia's democracy is not my problem either. Big problem I'm having is what really inspired Vladimir Putin to take over Russia and to control its future. He was the son of the food tester for Joseph Stalin. He grew up around these Politburo people. And then he has connections to the oligarchs who he uses as an instrument of espionage. Much like Maria Butina was used by Putin. You know that Maria Butina, who's basically cut a plea agreement with our government now for influencing the NRA and possibly funneling Russian money into Trump's hands? You know that Maria Butina actually was a dissident and fought Putin? She and her mother were sent to gulags and suffered as a result of Putin's behavior. Do you know that? Putin expulsed her from his country, expelled her from his country. I'm trying to morph two words. And in the process of expelling her from his country, he put her on a weird detail to try to manipulate our Republicans in Congress. And it worked. She was forced to do more than that in Siberia. She suffered a great deal, she and her mother. They hate Putin. They hate him with a passion. But instead of killing her and her mother, he utilized her. And she's good and looking enough to, convince men that, go along with whatever she says. And sure enough, she came into our country as a diplomat of some sort, and then manipulated various people in the Republican Party, and now Trump got elected. 30 million from the NRA, we don't know where that money came from. And the NRA has refused to talk where they got that 30 million. They didn't have donations like that until the Russians were involved. The NRA didn't get donations from people until the Russians got involved. Then they got big donations. They got small donations prior to that from common folk that support gun rights. But the NRA is very suspicious in transferring 30 million into Trump's account. Putin's worth $200 billion. He's not a communist. He claims he's a simple man living in an apartment in Moscow, but that's a lie. So we're dealing with a man who has aspirations like Adolf Hitler in a country with an economy 18 times smaller than ours. In fact, Texas has a larger economy than Russia. A man who inherited the Soviet empire of military power and now wields it like it was his tool to threaten the world. Hey, another bigger migrant caravan, is set to leave from Honduras next month. Well, how come the other
Maybe
caravan?
The $5 billion that we sent down there wasn't enough. Huh?
Yeah, well, our government is offering 10.8 billion for infrastructure.
Well, 5 is to Honduras or
Yeah, 5 is
somewhere
to
down
Guatemala
there,
and 5 to Honduras. And,
or
yeah.
5 to Mexico.
So they're not even staying to collect the money that they need to live in their own country. Hi, Sarah. All right, so I'm going to pull this stuff off the screen so you can have a nice, calm conversation. I know that I'm trying not to freak you out, but it is kind of disturbing when I show people how Putin is still fanning the flame of potential conflict by saying he's got a missile that's unstoppable. We don't run around talking about our missile defense system being unstoppable. We're not threatening the world. We may have been involved in a lot of countries we shouldn't have been, but this is an outright, overt action by Putin to create a problem. So I'm actually beginning to wonder if we should pull out of Syria, because we'd be leaving an entire oil system open to attack. And I know I'm switching gears on this, but I didn't expect Putin, on the heels of Donald Trump saying we're pulling out of Syria, announced that he has a missile that can fly 27 times the speed of sound and is unstoppable. I don't think that's a very nice thing to say to anybody around the world, so I'm beginning to wonder if Putin isn't Adolf Hitler in disguise. So we've already fought these kinds of people before. We can do it again. Our country's already faced battles, but I don't want to fight him. I just want him to get to the bargaining table and let's work on an intermediate nuclear force treaty, an INF treaty. And I think Trump should do the same thing. And use this overture that Trump is saying, leaving Syria, as part of his worldwide bargaining chip. That's what he needs to do. I like the idea of pulling out of Syria. Believe me, I do. I totally understand we don't really have an end game there. But at this time, really, do we need to offer such a big offering to somebody who doesn't even want to bend? Now, there is some other fact checks that are spinning forward. Bloomberg has the article that Trump didn't order the Afghanistan troop withdrawal, like he says. Apparently, Trump's making a lot of statements that are not valid yet. The Pentagon's still looking at the logistics about pulling troops out of Afghanistan, so it's not exactly a done deal yet. Much as the Syrian withdrawal, because I think Trump has to assess whether we really should pull out of Syria based on this new info and intel from the Moscow Kremlin. I just don't understand why they're pushing for more and more aggressive actions against the world. It makes no sense at this time when we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel for humanity. We're going to pull out of Syria. That's a great thing. No, obviously it didn't affect Putin. All right, we got a lot of people talking about big things happening across the world, and I think we've got everything covered. I don't think we should talk about impeachment until the Democrats get their act together and realize they were elected to move forward with impeachment.
Once they're actually sworn into office in January,
Yeah.
then we can begin the conversation.
Meow TV said that if Trump doesn't fix this budget crisis and doesn't stop the government shutdown, that automatically the Speaker of the House takes over. I haven't seen that in print yet, Dr. Meow.
No, we're not doing credit. You're gonna give me.
Okay. Got a transgender woman. We'll deal with that story later. I don't want to bother Sarah with that. but I have it in the list. Okay. I agree. Syria was Obama's mistake. I was against our position there, but it wasn't just Obama. It was Henry Kissinger and Zbigniew Brzezinski that led us into Syria. They had a plan to actually use it as a pipeline, taking over their country. I think it was ridiculous to take it over their country. The idea of taking over a country as established as Syria is absurd. I think they got away with doing it with Libya. With Gaddafi, you had 5 jets, whereas Syria has 350 jets and helicopters. I don't think it's the same thing. I think they are beginning to realize that. And I'm sure that Donald Trump is making the right move by pulling out of Syria. But at this point, do we really need to move forward unless we get an international agreement to cut back on intermediate nuclear forces? Now, I almost think that Donald is the one that kind of blew off this treaty, and that's why Putin is responding this way. I almost believe it was Donald's neglect to talk about the intermediate nuclear treaty that we had that led to Putin exchanging this threat. So I'll cut him a little slack there, and it's responding to Donald's aggressive actions, but we really don't know if Donald and Putin are talking on his private cell phone right now. We can't verify that because the NSA doesn't listen to Donald's private cell phone. That's how out of control the White House is. We also know, leave that. We also know that that's the woman who's got information about Russia, and she's in a Thailand jail, and she just simply wants to get freed. And our government could free this woman and find out exactly what she knows about Russia.
Sit down, please. Sit down, okay. Police come. Sit down.
So she claims that she's now taken to Instagram to claim she has an inside knowledge of Trump's alleged connection to the Kremlin. She was in an open-air police van when this video was taken, and she's being held in Thailand right now. She has necessary information that could lead to more information about Trump and the oligarchs, but again, no information comes from somebody who's in a jail cell, can't talk. It does seem totally legit, Donnie. It really does. She was the prostitute for a very rich oligarch who is the best friend of Vladimir Putin. If anything, she knows something, okay? And we know that for a fact, that she was his mistress. God. She was caught in Thailand. They charged her with the crime of trying to teach people how to be sexy. Her thing was she was teaching other women to be beautiful. Apparently that's a crime in Thailand. All right. Sarah's here to take over. Thank you so much. Things are obviously at a kind of a brink point, but the good news, if you want to talk about the good news, is the economy is on an uptick. Let's see what the Dow Jones did today. Minus 76. So it's not too bad. We're entering the look at the final moment of the stock market today. We had an uptick at the very end, so that's positive for Monday. Look at that. Doing, and then up again. See? There's a little bit of a hope at the end there. So it's not such a bad thing. The economy did rebound tremendously, pulling us out of the dreaded correction that we were headed toward, maybe saving us from recessionary trends. We'll see. I'm not abandoning ship, and I do think that Donald is doing his job at holding it together. I will tell you that. And until you can get solid evidence against Donald that I could get behind, I mean, let's just let this materialize. Let the Democrats do their job. If they can't pull that off, we have to move forward with other solutions. Thank you.
Is that what happened to you, Ghost? A ghost won your body, your physical being, but it's really a ghost that took over. All right. So you're a little bit off. I understand your logic, Dr. Meow, but you're a little bit off on how our legal system works. Judges can only overturn laws if they are deemed unconstitutional. The Constitution does not have any laws about the borders or immigration or a wall. That, and it's up to the House, the Congress, and how money is allocated. So that's yeah, the judicial system has nothing to do with that. The way our legal system works is we have two houses of Congress. We have the House and then we have the Senate. And both of those groups have to agree, and then they pass a law. And if they pass a law, the president can choose to veto that law, or it becomes law. If he doesn't do anything, it becomes law within 10 days. If he does veto it, then the House and Senate can still make it into law. If it they can go through a process to try to make it into law by having like a super majority. As far as the judicial system is really does determine if laws that are passed by the Congress go against our Constitution, then they can say those laws cannot exist because our Constitution supersedes all laws. Our Constitution can be changed with amendments, but the process is a difficult process to do. Yes, I'm sure when people haven't been paid for a while, they will probably pass a budget. I mean, this is kind of an interesting time, though, in our Congress, because we have basically the current people in Congress, or the current people that were just voting in Congress. There's a turnover that is happening. 1/3 of the Senate will be new, and there will be a whole bunch of new that are in the House. And the majority was Republican, and now it's Democratic. And that will happen in January, so it's really up to the new Congress and I should check. That's one thing I don't know is like, when does the new Congress start in 2019? Okay, January 3rd. Wait, no. The 15th Congress convened on January 3rd. Yeah, January 3rd. Announced the 116th Congress will start on January 3rd, 2019. So it'll be a brand new makeup of people. So they come in. It's kind of interesting because with the government shutdown, they have an opportunity to kind of come into a brand new government, really, for the first time in, well, since probably the last Congress. And yeah, next Thursday. And they really have, I have two different, some people would say, dichotomous viewpoints. And on one side, I kind of believe, wow, we have a brand new Congress. The government is shut down. So our new Congress could decide that we actually want to like start from the ground up. We want a pay-as-you-go system. We don't want to be in debt. We want to eliminate our debt long term. And so that's something that could happen. And that's kind of like, that's an interesting little angle. And the people that are actually working in our government for safety and security, they're still going to work. It'll be with their paychecks, whether they get paid or not. I think the first step that the new Congress should do, Casio, if you're listening, or any of the new congressional members, should pass a law making sure that the emergency workers who are working currently do continue to get paid. So that basically the government is the extraneous portions of government that have become bloated are the ones that don't get paid. And then they can decide, oh, wow, we can actually pay as you go. I don't think that's ever going to happen because Congress is not just about. Dr. Meow thinks the new Congress will decide not to go into session, stay at home, transfer their assets to the Caribbean islands or Russia. I really think that the thing is that. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, these are STEM books, STEM by Mercury Learning. Anyway, it's more about notoriety for a lot of them than about their paycheck, their congressional paycheck. Yes, Senate has to get 60 votes as well. It has to be a majority. No, Hambeast, I believe in critical thinking. Wait. Somebody was arguing with me with that term about critical thinking. I always thought critical thinking was like to think for yourself and question things and think deeply. That's what I believe in. But isn't it somebody was posted in the room and said I needed to read deeper because critical thinking has to relate to some kind of propaganda or something like that. I believe in thinking deeply, questioning authority, having students think for themselves and not just believe everything that they're taught. Thank you, Pirate Salty Dog. All right. Johnson says Trump has a big ego. He won't give in. He views himself as the savior of the United States. And his supporters want that wall. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with fear. Hello, baby girl, green eyes. I believe in thinking deeply, but let's see why he disagrees with it, Hambeast. They reject critical thinking. Oh, it's a Washington Post article. Keep reading for $1. I'm not a subscriber. Try 1 month for $1. You have another article that's not Washington Post? You might be right, Dr. Meow. Maybe we're just going to not go to war with anyone. What about that? That might be nice. I would love for that to happen. I think I'm a pacifist at heart. Okay, so that was one side, is that we could go with a pay-as-you-go strategy. The other side that I think Democrats are going to go with, which part of me understand, well, actually I don't think they're going to go with either one. But one thing is either pay-as-you-go. The other side is like make a law saying there is no debt ceiling. If there were no debt ceiling, the government would not be shut down. That's the way it goes because they're the ones there, the creditors. They make the credit limit. I should say that. They make the credit limit. They're not the creditors, but they make the credit limit. They establish their own credit limit. And that would free them up to focus on throwing money at any problem that they wanted. But then it would also weaken our economy if they just if they were able to throw money at anything they wanted. was interesting. One of the things that they might be waiting for, or they could wait for, is income taxes, for people to pay their income taxes. Is that what Venezuela tried? What's our collateral assets based on now, Dr. Meow? Yeah, I know. A lot of them won't go along with that because they like to use the whole idea of the government shutdown to pander to their bases. Well, I agree with that. Venezuela has, like, that's why everything kind of spiraled out of control, and now their monetary system, yeah, is just inflation has skyrocketed in Venezuela. Interesting, hand beast. So our monetary system is built on virtual assets based on resource production and planetary trades, but so it's based on mostly the stock market. Yeah. Well, people will want to see the gold, but they're not going to because it's not based on gold anymore. At one time, our money was based on gold, but it's not anymore. Oh, that's a good one. I like this. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Scissor Fight posted this little sentence, poem, story thing. No. You say it is, they just don't tell us. No, you know where it is? It's in your country. It's in France. That's where our gold went. And yes, Fort Knox is there to look pretty. Yes, that's what I believe. Fort Knox is there to make us think that we have gold. Oh, did Switzerland come and take it from France? Possibly. Nice, True Blue. Very good. Yeah, except some people don't want mega superpowers to merge, Ghost. But they want us to believe it's all in Fort Knox. Sure. Sure, we can say we have plenty of gold. It's in Fort Knox. You just can't see it ever because it's not really there. We'll salt it down. So it's like gold-plated bricks of salt. Pretty crazy. All right, maybe I'll read this thing that Scissor Fight posted. I don't know if I can do a smart selection if it will let me. No, it doesn't. Never does. One day, a florist went to a barber for a haircut. After the cut, he asked, how much does it cost? He asked his bill. The barber replied, I cannot accept any money this week because I'm doing all community service this week. So I'm doing all haircuts out of the kindness of my heart this week. So the florist, he's like, oh, thanks so much. He left the shop. The next morning, the barber went to open his shop, and there was a thank you card and a dozen roses waiting for him at his door. Later that day, a cop came in and said he got a haircut, and he says, okay, how much do I owe you? The barber says, no charge. I'm doing community service this week. And the cop's like, thanks, man. He left the shop. The next morning, the barber went to open up his shop in the morning, and there was a thank you card and a dozen donuts waiting for him at his door. That day, a member of Congress came in for a haircut. When he went to pay his bill, the barber replied, I'm not accepting any money this week. I'm doing community service this week. The member of Congress was so happy. He's like, thanks so much. He left the shop. The next morning, the barber went to open up his shop. There was a dozen members of Congress lined up waiting for a free haircut. It says, and that, my friends, illustrates the fundamental difference between the citizens of our country and the politicians who run it. Oh, is that what he's doing? See, I think you're right, Dr. Meow. Where is he buying it from? Yeah, Congress could use a little haircut. All right. Yeah, I think you're right, Cal Worthington. I don't think that's a real salty dog. Ah, interesting. Russia's going to join the euro? Do you think he's... So what, Putin wants to be like head of the EU or something? I don't dye my hair yet. I have thought about it. I even bought the hair dye. I just haven't actually used it. But I do have it. I might dye. I was telling David, if I look in the mirror and I don't like what I see, if I feel like I'm graying too much, then I will dye my hair. But so far, I'm okay with the way my hair looks. More gooder. It's hilarious. Bigger caravan leaving Honduras. Thousands of Central American migrants from a caravan that left Honduras in October remain stranded at the border, languishing in Tijuana shelters. Many of there were coordinators who helped direct the migrants on the 2,000-mile track and used bullhorns. They arranged for buses. They gave advice along the way. All of them have vanished. Many of the migrants say they feel abandoned and they're unsure where to turn next, and some are ready to return home. These migrants will stay in the south of Mexico in Chiapas and Oaxaca, and request work there. The Mexican President Andre Manuel Lopez Obrador has pledged visas and work in Mexico for Central American migrants. In his inauguration speech, he pledged public works projects such as planting 2 million trees and construction of his Maya train, which will link cities in the 3 Yucatan Peninsula states, as well as Tabasco and Chiapas. The $8 billion project is expected to create hundreds of thousands of jobs in the southern states of Mexico. Wow. Thanks, Hampies. All right. Would we? Why, Ghost? Because we feel threatened? Fear? The deadline to buy the Sears retailer is today. That's why I think it might happen. Yeah. Last week, Mexico and the United States agreed to develop a plan to curb Central American migration. The plan includes a $25 billion investment from Mexico into its southern states over the next 5 years, and the United States will contribute $4.8 billion to Mexico and $5.8 billion to the northern triangle of Central America, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador. Much of the U.S. funding will be allocated from existing aid programs. Okay, we don't have a food fair up here, but I'm sure David will. He does like avocados, and he will say, I hope you're enjoying them and eat them, because he loves avocados. Well, David is able to get a whole bag of avocados for like $3, $3 or $4. Hello, Tough Beans. I am doing well this evening. You're in Brazil, where you can eat all the avocados you want this time of year? All right. An aqua drone with nuclear launching ability. And 2 guys on board. Huh. Last week, 2 people threw a canister of tear gas into Tijuana's El Baratal shelter, where many of the migrants from Central America are staying. So we'll all have drones armed with nuclear, is what you're saying, everywhere in the world. Ugh. I don't like that. Yeah, people really like that Fortnite game. I've never played it. Have you played it, True Blue? Do you like it? France has hypersonic missiles, is what you're saying? Oh, is it? That's how you would rate it, Misanthropy? Is that a specific rating scale? It's a shooter game. Wow. 2 dead and 12 injured in a tourist bus near the pyramids. The U.S. is investigating CenturyLink internet outage and 911 failures. At least one state said Friday they have started investigations into a nationwide CenturyLink internet outage that has disrupted 911 service. Wow. In Washington State, there was a outage of statewide 911 service. I don't know, CenturyLink internet. You think it was Russia? We were all just cosmos before the Big Bang. We were all just energy and floating in space. Interruptions began about 8:30 p.m. Thursday. The system appeared stable Friday, but the agency was monitoring it. Idaho did not receive any reports of 911 service failures, but some state agencies lost service on internet-based phones. Some businesses lost the ability to make credit card sales, and some ATM machines weren't working in Idaho and Montana. And in Missouri, there's outages in different states. Maybe it was some kind of attack, global internet attack. So many things rely on VoIP systems or things like that. You don't play the game, but you know a lady who invests in Tencent, who invests in Epic Games, and that owns 40% of the company. It could be the winter cold. True, it could be. No one's bidding on Sears. 80 more stores are closing. They're using new smart skin on some robots to feel real. All the Sears have closed in Canada. Thanks, True Blue. Free to play, in-game currency, which can be used to buy cosmetic items and rewards.
Okay, I made you a nice turkey, cabbage, cheddar cheese, peas, and Yukon gold potato.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, help yourself to whatever you want there. So you like Drudge Report, huh? It helps you with stories, and
I do. I tend to go there more than
that's good.
than Google News now.
I think that's good. I love the idea of bringing in alternative media. Sarah's doing okay. Yeah, we got through the day amazingly. It's raining really hard here.
Yeah, it really is. It's dark.
Very dark. Yeah, and you got your light on, so that helps.
Yeah, I do love my light. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. I'm glad we got it. It's she has a fluorescent light that we had. It was kind of bumming her out, so we got a new daylight fluorescent light, which is not fluorescent. It's I think it's an LED, and it produces natural lighting.
I don't know what it is, but it's good.
It's good. Yeah, it's kind of, it feels like sunlight when you're next to the lamp next to her bed. So It's a positive experience. Pyongyang, Korea. Okay, despite the unwanted publicity of a criminal trial for one of their main suppliers, business is booming at Pyongyang's Singapore shops, which sell everything from Ukrainian vodka to knockoffs from China. Wow, so we're talking about North Korea's economy now. Well, this looks really like an exciting day in North Korea. They can't even afford sacks there, so that they're using the recycled, pillowcase that grandpa had. That's kind of cool. Shopping in North Korea must be really an exciting Christmas experience. But the stores are anything but secret. They're well marked, open to walk-ins, and distribute their membership cards to reward regular customers. So, perfumes, fine jewelry, wine, cosmetics. See, even Pyongyang is starting to benefit from all the capitalism we brought the world. Well, then it must be, you have 65,000 lumens light bulbs outside and daylight's 100,000? Okay. Well, I don't know, but the light makes her feel better. It makes me feel better being next to it. Before it was kind of like hurting for me to be next to her bed. And it was a fluorescent light, an LCD fluorescent. Now it's a daylight, the best daylight light we could get to fill that spot. So it's working. It's got to be LED, yeah. Yeah, putting gifts in an old pillowcase is really no worse than stuffing them in a smelly old sock by the fireplace with Santa's name on it. You're right. I have not tried my pillow, but I'm afraid to.
There we go, sweeties.
I don't want to fall into the idea of being controlled by propaganda. So I shop at Ross for Less, and we found some really good, amazing pillows that would normally cost you $50. We got for $12 a piece. So I really like those pillows. Okay, Heroin AM Saturday Night Live. Let's take a little peek at this.
I'm a mom, but that doesn't mean I don't like to have fun.
I drive a minivan, but I can let loose a little too.
I want to use heroin, but I also want to get stuff done.
Those look like something funny. Moms and dads talking about using heroin? I don't think that's that funny. But Saturday Night Live thinks a lot of things are funny. And people, too. Look at John Belushi. They think he was funny. I saw a review of John Belushi the other day in this episodic show about people that die young. And it shows him at Second City in Chicago telling a joke to his friends, doing an improv skit. And he was the grossest person I've ever heard about. This guy actually did an improv skit, John Belushi, where he was being introduced to his new girlfriend's family, in-laws. And he came out and he announced what a big dump he had taken in the toilet. And everyone should go see his dump. And it occurred to me, it was really kind of a weird moment. I was watching it and I was like, wait a second. That's the same joke some guy pulled on me in college at the same exact time. And he was from the same area that John Belushi was from. It's like, he called me into the dorm restroom. He said, hey man, I want to show you something. There's something going on in the toilet. He showed me the toilet and he said, yeah, look at how big the dump is. Can you imagine that being funny? Oh, it was big. It was like at least that long. But I mean, that's John Belushi's humor. That's the humor of the Midwest. That's got to be funny because that guy was from Cleveland. This guy, John Belushi, was from Illinois. Dump. You know what a dump is in toilet? Like dump, 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 dump. Yeah. Well, that's my point. That's not funny. That's body humor, and that was John Belushi's humor, and they call him a genius of humor? I go fishing every time I can get near water, Jive. Normally I'm in my bunker, protected from radiation, dangerous radiation from Fukushima. So I don't usually get out fishing much anymore. But you don't know how dangerous the pollution is from Fukushima, so you really don't, have any idea how radiated you are. Anyways, I thought that level of humor is just disgusting. It's like calling that funny? Oh, now this is really serious. MyPillow from MyPillow.com has a pissed customer, and they are saying that My Pillow brand outgassed causes health problems. My wife purchased 2 My Pillow brand foam pillows. Not only are they uncomfortable, causing stiff necks, but we both started getting headaches in the night. Oh my God. We didn't put 2 and 2 together. I started getting a tightness in my chest and shortness of breath. Again, thinking about our new Wonder Pillows. Not thinking about our new Wonder Pillows. Finally went to the doctor well after an EKG, lab work, echocardiogram, chest x-rays, nuclear med test, endoscopy, and a few other tests. Everything came back negative. We finally put the symptoms in the timeline of the new pillows. We took them off the bed, and within 4 days, the symptoms started to subside. So the foam is outgassing, and our government doesn't even bother checking a company that's broadcasting on the air every day. Wow. No, they're outgassing from toxic fumes made in the Philippines or wherever they make them. Asia, China. Well, haven't you ever smelled your socks? I'm not calling you a sock smeller, but I mean, the new socks you get in the market, you really have to do a smell test because many of them are polyester and they smell like oil. I'm not kidding, man. So we have a new update to Donald Trump's hat lineup, and he thinks he may be able to bypass the military law by adding the word "Make America More Gooder" and entering the MAMG stage. Yes, this might get past the military law. It says he can't promote his hat signing among military officials. Have they no shame? Okay, we got a doomsday scenario from Andrew Napolitano. We played this the other day. It's just a repeat of the last video he did. Yeah. It's a doomsday scenario he's talking about for the Trump administration in case there is an impeachment process that's unfolding. Tell me how this is not a mental health issue. Let's take a look.
Who's gonna give me my fucking money back?
Excuse me, sir. There's a young man in here.
Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am.
I can call the police if you'd like me to. You need to settle down.
Give my fucking money back.
Excuse me, sir. There's a young man in here.
Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am.
I can call the police if you'd like me to. You need to settle down.
You need to settle down and mind your business, okay? Ma'am, once again, ma'am.
I said both of you.
No, you said sir. Once again, it's ma'am.
I actually said both of you guys. It was general.
Right beforehand, you fucking said sir.
Sir?
Right.
Motherfucker, take it outside. If you want to call me sir again, I will show you a fucking sir.
I apologize.
Motherfucker.
I apologize now.
Angry transgender on the run.
I need your corporate number because I'm going to call them and talk about how I was misgendered several times in this store.
I apologize for that.
I need your corporate number now. Get it for me now.
I'm going to ask you to calm down and stop cussing.
Give me your corporate number. Well, I'm going to ask you for the 5th time to stop calling me a man because quite clearly I am not.
And I apologize. I'm sorry for that, ma'am. I will get you that number. Is that okay?
Yes, get it for me now.
I'm asking you to stop
Get it
cussing.
for me now. I'm not cussing. I'm not cussing.
Okay.
Get me the damn number now, please. Ooh!
Ma'am, I apologize.
Ooh!
I apologize, ma'am. I will get you that number right now.
No, you're just gonna keep bumping your gums. You're just gonna keep bumping your gums and disrespecting trans people in this store, which I plan on telling the entire LGBTQ community. You're going to lose money over this.
Okay, well, we do know now that he's pissed. I mean, she's pissed. Yeah, we know now that she is pissed, and we got that. And I agree, there does seem to be a bit of a mental problem going on, but I'm not a psychiatrist. And who am I to say that somebody should be called mentally ill for simply wanting to chop their testicles and penis off? I'm going to leave that up to psychiatric professionals that will describe that as self-injurious behavior. But in no way is that man a pre-op shemale. He looks like a person in the process of the early transition stage. If you're seeking to find out if you're a pre-op shemale, you need to ask your doctor. Doctor, am I a pre-op shemale? If that's the kind of thing you want to ask anybody who's a professional, a guy who will rip you off at the hospital. That's the kind of person I'm talking about. I've never been to those kinds of things. I'm a I don't believe in hatred toward others. I certainly don't want to condone, that behavior. I admonish it. Anyone who criticizing a transgender should really, really be cross-examined for his political incorrectness. However, I'm against LGBTQ. I don't think they should formulate a group and add pedophiles to their group. I think that's really a mistake. You had your penis cut off? And oh, really? Oh, really? They turned your vagina and made it out of intestines? But it smells like crap. Okay. Well, that's a little TMI, Big Nose. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Are you into kiting? You seem like you're very interested in kiting. Okay, this is getting too funny for a Friday night. I better slow down the funny meter. Hey, if you're a KKK member, you could have a KKK Christmas. Racially charged ghost Christmas trees invade St. Petersburg. Look at that. One way to get a message, look at that. So there's a lot of people in St. Petersburg, Russia, who are very racist and KKK members. Look at that. Isn't that something? And they're not taking any risk. It's a simple act of vandalism on dozens of Christmas trees, made it appear peculiar that the Ku Klux Klan chapter had sprung up in a Russian city of St. Petersburg this week. The wrapped tree had eye holes daubed on their protective coverings, giving the impression that the bizarre Klan gathering was taking place near the Primorskaya metro station on the Vasilevsky Island. God. Well, anyway, I don't want to turn this night into disliking Russia, because I know there's a lot of good Russian people out there. Many of them are not in the Ku Klux Klan. But it is obvious that Vladimir Putin does not support homosexuality. He's made it illegal in his country, Russia. I would never do that. I would never in any way go against the current law we have. And even transgenders can continue to work in the military. I will not prevent them from working in the military. Angelina Jolie is thinking about running for president in 2020. Her massive following of 4 or 5 paparazzi, we're bound to vote for her, I'm sure. And her tattoo guy could vote for her. He's really, wow, he's prolific. I've never seen more tattoos on a woman than Angelina. There she is. Angelina for president? Jolene appeared at BBC Radio's For Today's program Friday and was asked by presenter Justin Webb if he'd consider a career in politics. Her answer didn't rule anything out. Honestly, if you'd asked me 20 years ago, I would have laughed. I really don't know, she said. I always say I'll go where I'm needed. I don't know if I'm fit for politics, but I've also joked that I don't have a skeleton left in my closet. So I'm pretty open and out there. I can take a lot on the chin, so that's good. Oh. Wow, she's a woman looking to be abused? I don't get that. We all remember her from that famous Illuminati cult meeting where she actually talked about sacrificing a snake. You probably remember that, right? You forgot it? Well, she was in a cultic activity many years ago. She's filmed by undercover cameras and talked about sex abuse and all kinds of weird stuff. Yeah, I know you would want to see that, so I have it queued up for you right now. Yeah, Angelina Jolie, if she's heard of, have you heard of the black snake moan? No, I haven't. I'm not really clued into some of these Illuminati rituals. Yeah, I don't plan on joining the Illuminati like she did.
It's like I would film things like that. I would encourage like everybody, all different types of sexual. But there is that thing where it's like a lot of people misunderstand me with S&M and they think it's super. And I have to like explain to people how, like, where it's more like you're tied down because you need to like be able to like have somebody hold you down and keep you still, or like you fight and have something down, or like.
I think I've seen enough. Thank you. I don't want to in any way promote the darkness of that weird scene that she got engaged in, but it was bad. So she wants to be our first Illuminati president who's out in the open about her allegiance to Satan, then maybe she'd be the first. I bet Angie is airtight at this. I'll bet that Angie's still a little bit upset at the fact that her ex is now living with the woman that Angelina stole away. I think it's kind of cool that Brad Pitt got involved with. Yeah. All right, moving on. I think that entire divorce cost them both about $8 million or something. Huge. The lawyers cleaned up. Are they even done? They're still sorting it out about the kids, I know. I'm not here to judge her. You judged her already when you saw her in that Illuminati video. Paradise Lost, number 47. RFK Jr. visits Paradise, spreading untruths and lies. Whoa. So we knew that JFK Jr. was up to something. Now he's on
Hey
screen.
folks and Awakening Truthers, welcome to another video from A Plain Truth. Why are so many politicians going to paradise when it's all been forgotten by the mainstream media and by the people in general about what has occurred in the genocide and the tens of thousands that have died and are missing? Why is Arnold Schwarzenegger going there? Why is Ron Howard going to make a film about there? We had family relatives, and why are the men in black, the Jesuits, Donald Trump, Governor Moonbeam, Jerry Brown, the Jesuit minister, and Jesuit school, Gavin Newsom, why are they all descending on Paradise when they didn't go to Malibu? They didn't go to Sonoma or Napa. They didn't go to Redding or Lake County or all the other fires. Well, now we got this guy who's been filming inside of Paradise now for weeks. I've been watching some of his films. I don't know who he is. I don't know why. He says he lives there. He's a spiritual activist.
All right, I'm beginning to get the spiritual activist, aka Illuminati cultist, and all these stars who worship the dark forces. And I'm not kidding. I wish I was. When I heard about this back in 2008, I started looking into this. I got really weirded out by these people who are engaged in satanic activities. I heard about it remotely, and then I had confirmation that this was really happening when I went to a Best Buy one day. And I was listening to some guy brag about watching pornography at Kenworth Trucking. And I said, oh, you worked at Kenworth Trucking? And he went, yeah, and there's a guy down there who's downloading pornography. It's like, really? Well, you must have heard about Gary Ridgway, right? Oh, I knew Gary. Gary Ridgway is the Green River Killer who killed over 47 women and dumped their bodies, and who's serving an extended life sentence after he told people where he buried the bodies. Well, I said, well, you probably heard the story about that Gary Ridgway was a body dumper for the Illuminati and the secret blood drinking rituals where they drank blood. And he turned to me and he said, oh, well, they don't drink blood out of real skulls. They use plastic ones. He really told me that. It's like, and then I saw the guy leave in a brand new Escalade Cadillac, Eddie Bauer edition. And it's like the guy was rolling in money, but he had the IQ of a small tsetse fly. Did you just say, Satan? No, I didn't. Okay, let's do the easy questions first. Melania's, that's a great story, by the way, Scissor Fight. I'm going to play it in its entirety tonight, 33 minutes. Is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. spreading untruths and lies, and is he working as an Illuminati puppet? While we need accountability on vaccines, he's like unable to speak. But he goes to the meeting at the Paradise and acts like he's really concerned without even raising the specter of a possible directed energy weapon used to kill those people. So we'll definitely cover A Plain Truth tonight. He's got good videos. All right, I went to Best Buy. I confirmed a story that I had never heard before, and I'd heard it from some nut job, and I thought I'd confirm it. It was like true. So I'm more than willing to accept the possibility that some of these people are Illuminati sickos that are drinking blood. And then we found out later that there's a couple people getting blood transfusions from children, and they're saying, oh, we feel so much better. I mean, how far away from vampirism is this? I don't get that. You know, I don't think Best Buy rips you off too much. I've had some pretty good deals at Best Buy. But you're right. If you want to, Tiger Direct will get you cheaper computers if you're willing to go, you know, direct. Oh, there's been numerous safety regulations since December 2017. Okay, this next story is about the possibility of dangerous Hep C being spread through this clinic. Hep C. Yeah, could you bring me that link again? I think I may have misplaced it. In all the funness. Yeah. I agree. We need mobile medical units. That's right. You were invited to a cool Illuminati party. You drink a little blood from a plastic skull. If you were invited, really? So Swine Flu came in and he said that if he was invited to a cool Illuminati party, he'd drink a little blood from a plastic skull. Wow. See how easily people are to be manipulated? You must be like a money whore or something, right? There it is. True Blue has it. Okay, North Jersey. Yeah. We're talking North Jersey here. I'll get to that story right now. Yeah. Hold, please. A report shows several safety infractions at New Jersey's surgery center that exposed patients to HIV. Saddlebrook, a Midland Avenue surgery center, was closed in September by New Jersey Department of Health. From state surveyors found the facility using poor drug storage methods, an outdated infection control plan, and unacceptable sterilization practices. So up to 3,800 people that went to this clinic in New Jersey may have Hep B, Hep C, and HIV. Hey, thank you, Whiskaboo. Yeah, well, I'm not happy about this at all. I think our medical system is atrocious. Every year, 250,000 people die from staph infections in our hospitals. Way more than guns, that's for sure. It's not surprising, no. Yeah, Trump wishes he had great hair like me, I know. Dave Spoonprano from New Jersey, yeah. No, I'm not part of the people that do environmental cleanup. If you're asking me if I'm connected, no, I'm not a made man, okay? I never made the cut. You have a friend who collects STDs? Wow. Is he going to sell them on eBay or what? I don't think anyone should drink blood, Swine Flu. I think you're pretty sick for even saying that. Honestly, are you saying that for shock value, or are you really that sick that you would take blood and drink it from some plastic skull just to be hanging with cool people? Because I found that statement you made really disgusting. I don't hang with those people now. I don't like hanging, I don't like to go to parties. Call me old-fashioned, but I wanted to start my own party instead. Right, I created America's third party. There's a documentary on biosludge. That's a good question. It's different than the other two parties. We're actually trying to think here. Wow, 1 hour on biosludge, a documentary that was really good. Everyone that I've talked to about this issue has never heard about it. Excellent. We're going to talk about biosludge tonight. America's keg party. Yeah, if only I drank. I don't want to drink because it makes you feel really weird. Oh, now that's talking about wine in a church being the blood of Jesus is not the same as drinking blood from an Illuminati plastic skull, I'm sure. But I think you're just here for shock value, Swine Flu. And you really got us thinking. It's more than I can say about some people. Like that transgender that freaked out there. And he's basically, or she basically marked all transgenders from now on. I never answered your question. Do we still have to pay taxes? You do. Trump didn't stop the tax plan yet. We're hoping he erases it. And Trump was listening to my 10% tax idea. He talked about it 2 months ago. Or no, not even 1 month ago. He said Paul Ryan was working on a deal, but Paul Ryan didn't know what a 10% flat tax was. So Trump's still talking about a 10% flat tax. It's possible that you may not have to pay taxes if Trump follows every idea I've ever come up with. And he's got a good track record, actually. Practically, I'd say 65% of my ideas he's stolen. I don't know. All I'm saying is that drinking the blood of Christ as a form of wine, or wine as a form of the blood of Christ, is not what we're talking about here, okay? Thank you. Miley Cyrus is in the news. Is she? She's getting married. Or she got married already, yeah. She's got married to some guy. I don't know. Did she marry her tattoo artist? I don't know. There she is. She reveals devastating truth about her California home during the wildfires. Wow. Let's find out. She's lucky to be alive after her Malibu home was ravaged by the California wildfires this fall because she lost practically everything else. The pop star and actress, 26, told Howard Stern Wednesday morning that she lost practically all of her original music in the disaster. And they're calling it a natural disaster. That's so funny. Yeah, sure. Per the blast, Cyrus reveals she's lost an entire notebook filled with original songs, including the lyrics that were already written for her hit songs like her favorite single, Malibu. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's devastating. Cyrus noted that she wasn't home when the fires took over on November 8th, but her on-again, off-again fiancé, Liam Hemsworth, posted a photo of the devastation shortly thereafter. This is what's left of my house, he wrote. Many people in Malibu and surrounding areas in California have lost their homes. Also, and my heart goes out to everyone who's affected by the fires. I spent the day in Malibu yesterday, and it was amazing to see the community pulling together to help each other, though, blah, 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 blah. Wow. Huh. Cinders of love. Wow. Well, all I can say is good luck. Yeah. I just can tell you that at this point we've got Illuminati puppets having their houses burned down. I mean, what was that about? Did she go against her handlers? Did her tattoos reflect a non-alliance with Satan? She is a Satanist, so, I mean, I would think she'd be akin to fire. I wonder if Miley Cyrus is about ready to leave her dark ways and stop being a Satanist after this fire. I wonder if it'll affect her. Yeah. These are things anyone would wonder. Well, I guess that song from Malibu will be all we'll ever get from her. And she's such a great vocalist, you know? I hope she does something really good. Because that song rocks. I just don't like Satanists. Yeah, have you heard the song, Malibu? It's really good. Let me play 8 seconds of it for you.
So I never swam.
And I never can play any more of the song, otherwise they monetize me. Well, I don't know. I'm not here to say, being she's a Satanist, bad things happen to Satanists. But it does kind of fit, doesn't it? Okay, next one is New Jersey. Yeah, 3,800 people are now at risk for Hep C and AIDS and Hep B. Unbelievable. Hep B is the worst. Hep C is a lot easier to beat. And now Melania turns heads at a festive red, blue, and white plaid top and pants combo at Toys for Tots Drive. Well, let's take a look. There she is. Our model first lady, former Slovenian Soviet spy, former woman from Slovenia. There she is. I do feel Trump's presence in this chat room. Are you getting a vibe, Joe? Would you like to hold hands and channel with the Donald? Let's join hands, shall we, Joe? Yeah, David, let's join hands. Let's talk about the Donald, yeah. I was not. Chemtrails have not been sprayed since the government shut down. You notice how much clearer your mind is? Have you noticed that? I don't know if I'm the only one, but I mean, thoughts are clicking. Yeah, they're not spraying the dumbing down chemical they're normally putting in our air. Have you noticed that? My hands are big. I know, True Blue. Jesus just used wine, and Jesus just used bread. And the basic definition of bread is wheat, flour, and wheat. Yes. It is referring to the unleavened bread that Jesus and his disciples would have eaten. Yes, thank you. We're not talking about Illuminati skull drinking. We got over that. David, did you miss the entire idea behind what I said? They give you a cracker to eat. Cracker is another word for a white person. So you're saying that people that eat the Eucharist are eating a white person? And that we're somehow engaged in cannibalism by eating crackers? Are you making an offhanded slur against white people? No, I think you're just overthinking here, Misanthropy. We don't refer to crackers as Jesus, or Jesus as crackers. Yes, an owner of a vape shop started going crazy when he was confronted by the liberal vape shop. The liberal vape shop owner encountered this Trump supporter and said, I don't want to sell to you. Here we go.
Next thing he said was that he'd like me to leave.
If you do not stop recording in my store, I'm going to call the police and ask you to leave now.
Please call the... That would be awesome. That'd be awesome. We can call Fox 5 and all sorts of stuff. I would like to purchase something here. Please do call your boss because I will be calling corporate.
Go for it.
I am looking forward to releasing this video.
Yes.
Because I just want to purchase something from
Fuck off, dude! Fuck off! Get the fuck off in here, man! Fuck, man! Fucking can't stand your racist motherfuckers!
Racist?
Yeah!
It's true.
Right?
I'm not a racist.
Right, I got a fucker in my store he won't leave.
Oh man, I feel your pain. I do. And I will definitely play the YouTube video tonight. That man is being racist against Trump supporters. Yeah. I mean, calling people racist. Wow, name calling seems to be okay for Democrats to call Trump supporters racist. That's just not cool. You see how I'm pandering to the Trump supporters now on a daily basis? Well, I kind of am because I want everyone to know that Trump stole my ideas for a reason. They're good ideas. And I think a lot of you know that. So let's keep going with Trump and the border, okay? Get that border fence, $5 billion. Charles Schumer, if you're listening, I want you to put the border fence in the bill. I'll call it a fence, whatever you want. I don't care. Call it a wall. I don't care. Whatever you want to call it. Trump spot on 2020. It could happen. Yeah. I know. I've got great ideas, so why not put me to use? That's all I really want to be, is used. You know? Isn't that the thing you tell your family every day? I just want you to use me. Just put me to use. Is Lady Gaga endorsing and Miley Cyrus endorsing the Church of Satan?
The Church of Satan. This isn't something you hear every day, and names such as Miley Cyrus, Lady Gaga, and Jay-Z associated with it? Now that is just insanity. Or is it? Some days I just ask myself, what in the world is going on in Hollywood? Hey Scoopers, I'm Madison Conklin, and yes, this is a very crazy idea. The Church of Satan and these high-profile names associated with it. Let's get to the bottom of this, but first subscribe so you don't miss out on news such as this and more. What?
Okay, we'll get to that a little bit later because I don't want to subscribe right now, okay?
What will the internet think of next? Well, it appears that it concocted the idea that Miley Cyrus, Lady Gaga, and Jay-Z are now endorsing the Church of Satan. Yes, you heard me right. It appears in a new report the Church of Satan has taken some of our favorite celebs and swallowed them up whole. Okay, I mean, I've heard of the Illuminati taking in celebs by the dozens, but the Church of Satan? I mean, could you actually see Miley, Gaga, and Jay endorsing this church and its teachings?
I can. In fact, Chelsea Clinton actually tweeted with the Church of Satan. Oh, yeah. Chelsea Clinton did. So it wouldn't surprise me that you, lady, have 1.1 million subscribers at YouTube and nobody's kicked you off. That makes you a shill, okay? And so we're not about to believe a damn thing you say other than play your video later tonight in our show. Thank you. Yeah, we'll find out. Inquiring minds want to get the National Enquirer and read. I certainly want to know. what her take is, but I'm sure she can't give us an honest answer because she's probably a shill for Satan. Could it be Satan? I don't know. Just gets a little weird, doesn't it? Take a chill pill. Relax. You deserve it. Yeah, don't freak out so much. I'll play that leaked video of Angelina Jolie later tonight in our show too. Yeah, I'm not afraid of playing these videos. They certainly imply a lot, and they clarify a lot too. I think the big thing that we all have to realize is that we don't need to be slaves to the almighty dollar bill. This poor guy right here is enslaved. He can't get out. And it's, I think it's once you realize that money is not as important as happiness and most of all health. I'm sorry, we don't take any Richie from Boston links because he's obviously the same way she is. Blue beans caught on film, take out power lines. Well, I will look at that. Let's take a look. Yeah, if he's got the video, I'll look at it.
This is mainstream news showing that.
Dude, that's refraction from the lens. That's a transformer blow. When it hits the lens, it goes vertical. Could you tip your camera up a little bit? That'd be great. Unfortunately, that's all we got.
Exploding and blowing up.
Well, if that's the one, I don't know if it's blue beams or it was just the lighting, you know, with the lens. Yeah, I needed the camera to go up in the air to see if that was going all the way up, you know. Is there a line above? Can you see it? I'm requesting for my chatters at Vaughn if they can see it. It's just a lens flare, exactly. Thank you, Scissor Fight. And any other questions, we will have this. We have a special arrangement here to have Brett Kavanaugh in his native environment answering questions about the law. So if you want a solid answer about the Constitution, ask for at least 2 gurgles and a belch. It's only right that Brett Kavanaugh should be in charge of a country run by drug-addicted alcoholics. Don't you think that's the way to go? Because it is kind of one of those things that if you don't like beer, you shouldn't really be an American.
We drank beer. She had one beer at the party and had beers with. Out and having some beers with friends or just to meet up and have some beers. Drinking beer, which I gladly do. I like beer.
Answer that.
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer,
Wait a
Senator,
second.
or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is
Senator, what do you like to
Judge,
drink?
have you...
In any event, we drank beer and still do. So whatever. I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so.
So you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
That's you're asking about, yeah, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
Wow. So he doesn't know if he's had a blackout. That's some serious blackout. You can't remember having a blackout. I don't know, Senator. Have you? Have you ever had a blackout? Because I don't remember if I've had one. That guy's a Supreme Court justice now. Do you realize how corrupt our country is to have allowed that alcoholic to become a Supreme Court justice? Do you have any idea how corrupt our country is in order to do that? I don't. On a scale from 1 to corrupt, it's definitely on the corrupt side. Hey, industrial chloroform emissions are rising. And that's bad news. Chloroform is not exactly the kind of thing you want unless you're Bill Cosby looking for a date. Brett, you're taking up space, man. You're kind of holding back justice. Could you just leave, Brett? Thank you. Go away. No thanks. Industrial chloroform emissions are rising, and that's bad news. Okay. One of the rare bright spots amidst the environmental hellscape of 2018 was the United Nations report that the ozone hole was on track to be fully healed by mid-century. But because no good news comes without caveats, scientists are now reporting that overlooked emissions of chloroform, which are on the rise in East Asia, could put a bit of a damper on the recovery. In addition to knocking people unconscious in the mid-20th century spy movies, chloroform is used in the manufacturing of various products from Teflon to refrigerants. It's also part of a diverse family of chlorinated substances humans produce that have unhappy side effects of destroying ozone. Yeah. So, you know, being there spraying, when the budget was being paid for, our government was spraying chemicals in the air and then acting like they weren't erasing the ozone. I mean, it's no joke that this is a daily view in our skies above us for many people. But lately, you haven't seen any of these things because the government stopped funding this operation. Did they ever consult us that we should be talking to them about whether we want to be sprayed like insects with nanoparticles and fibers? Did we ever ask to be sprayed with fibers from fiberglass and shards? No, we never did. Okay, Washington State Cougars are up 21-10 at halftime. All right, you go, Washington State Cougars. Right on. And Jive Turkey has a thing on squalapapalbine. Oh, scopolamine. Thank you. Another drug, bad for you. What would it be to be considered the world's scariest drug? A documentary that has gone viral in 2 days is a suggestion. It's one that criminals use to erase your memory and render you incapable of exercising your free will. That's right. Scopolamine is used by criminals, and Vice has a story. We'll feature this later. I'm a little concerned that all these drugs in the market. Yeah, bad news. It presents Colombian's devil breath. Wow.
Welcome to Bogota, Colombia.
Hi.
We're here chasing after the most dangerous drug in the world.
Okay, they're going to find the most dangerous drug in the world. Thanks to Vice. This is just a bizarre series of events that just continue to spin out of control, where the environment gets worse and worse every day. And our government does nothing to prevent this. Fiberglass is not considered dangerous according to the EPA. It's considered a nuisance fiber. I had a long discussion with the EPA and the local ecology department when I said, when I walk around my Home Depot and Lowe's, I am walking by open containers of fiberglass. And they said that fiberglass is a nuisance fiber and they have no control over a fiberglass blowing in your face when you walk into a store. I know, they might as well huff vapor. I mean, we're breathing fiber when we're walking around now. It's crazy. And they think that's okay. So, hey, I just hope that the shutdown continues for months so that we won't have to be sprayed like insects. You know, my trailer is mold free. Yeah. I definitely check it out on a daily basis, but thank you for asking. I live in a mobile home. Lowe's loves me. Hi, Lowe's. I know. The newest scare, if you haven't heard this, thank you, serial killers. The newest scare is that we have a serious problem with Johnson & Johnson baby powder. Now, I'm not kidding. If your family is using it, you don't want to breathe it. Johnson & Johnson did not report, for years now, they've known that their baby powder is mined, their talc is mined in a place that has asbestos. One woman has got serious lung disorders from breathing it. It got mesothelioma or asbestosis and has now filed a lawsuit and won and prevailed. So Johnson & Johnson's going to have to pay through the nose for this lawsuit, but people need to be aware. You can't breathe baby powder. It's dangerous. Yeah, tell your wife not to put it on after the bath unless she's got an air area to breathe, you know. Yeah, don't powder your baby with asbestos. I got powdered as a kid. I'm a victim of it. I probably have asbestos in my lungs from when I was a little boy. Yeah, I remember my mother powdered me down after a bath. I didn't like breathing in the room. I got out of there pretty quick. It will cause cerebral swelling and hemorrhage, really. That's crazy. I didn't get the perfect life. Nobody does. You know, my mother said, "Oh, go out and play in the yard, Dave. They just sprayed for pests." It's like, thanks, Mom. The only thing that saved me from consuming pesticides, because my mother used to spray the outside of our house with, you know, a pest control company once every couple months. The only thing that actually saved me was washing my hands after every single, right before I ate. I listened to her and she said, always wash your hands before you eat. That's what I did religiously. But you cannot get around this food and get near your mouth. I had a cousin who was a farmer in Minnesota farming wild rice. And apparently wild rice uses pesticides. And he used to eat his lunch without washing his hands after dispensing pesticides. And he ended up getting stomach cancer at 28 years old. A guy looked like me, actually. They say he pretty much looked like me. Yeah, so he died young. Half my age. Your neighbor was huffing a keyboard duster. You told him it was really bad for him. He asked why. Oh, I know. These keyboard dusters have some sort of a thing inside that gets you high. I can't even imagine why people would do that. Yeah, wash your hands after you spray pesticides. It's true.
Don't spray pesticides.
Try not to spray pesticides. You know, I never want to be around pesticides.
I understand if it's like integrated pest management that you have to.
Well, yeah. If it's really an infestation, like you've got hornets or something, I can understand pesticides. But yeah. But I never wanted to be around them. And when I was a kid, you know, I was reading at the age of 3. At the age of 5, I read a book called Silent Spring by Rachel Carson. And it was very powerful. And at the age of 6 or 7, I was a serious anti-pesticide activist at 7 years old. I even argued with a Dow Chemical representative that came to my elementary school and told us that, you know, without chemicals, life itself would not be possible. And I said, well, without Dow, we wouldn't be dying of pesticide poisoning.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've been fighting this since I was a kid.
You're right.
Raise your awareness of the dangers of the chemicals in your environment, and you'll probably live longer. Yeah, I'd rather have some cannabis over some pesticides anytime. Well, it turns out they make a lot of pesticides out of nicotine in cigarettes. Believe it or not, there's actually some concerns about that. But the big concern is we don't have control over our pesticide manufacturing in America. We don't have a lid on Roundup, an herbicide that's proven to be carcinogenic. All right, Sarah's going to take over. I'll have a little dinner. Thank you.
Yes. There's dinner on the stove, and I left Amber's dish out.
Oh, good.
To
I'll feed her.
feed her.
Thank you.
Wow, Bus to Border says for every human killed by sharks, 2 million sharks have been killed by humans. But, yeah, right, for the person that was killed or family members of people that were killed, it's meaningless. Yes, Blue Raven, I heard about that CenturyLink outage. Did that affect you? I saw that it took out some 911 networks across the country. Different areas in the country were really affected by that. There's a recent video exposing Trump. Okay. Lowe's loves David. Talc loves David. Oh. Because he doesn't like DuPont. Sorry if I'm freezing. My video is freezing? Is that what you mean? Interesting. Women tend to eat more when they're in large groups of females with no men around. That is interesting. Huh. What about if they're just by themselves? They eat even more than if they're with other women. Oh, good. I'm glad you're under an electric blanket. Hopefully you can afford the bill when it comes in. Maybe it's due to the massive internet outage. Maybe misanthropy. I don't know. What's with the haircuts? Everything. Yeah. Well, I'll miss you because I won't be down there with you, misanthropy. At least I don't plan on it. You only have one ISP to choose from. It's CenturyLink. Oh, I'm so sorry. Transcender, you are right. You did tell me that contrary to popular belief, their way to save more power than any other way to keep warm. You did tell me that. I'll talk to David about that. We might invest in an electric blanket. I think I have an electric blanket up in the cupboard. But that's true. You don't have to heat a whole room. You just heat your body. 10 cents a night? Wow. They sent you a bill from CenturyLink for over $700? Is that for like 7 months of service? Is that for a year's worth of service? Oh, good. They finally admitted they made a mistake. Good. Have to see if you need to go badly enough to brave the elements, Jive Turkey. True, misanthropy. He drinks coffee. I don't drink coffee. I do sometimes drink hot chocolate, but I just wear I wear my sweaters and my jackets. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue Raven. You still have some hot cocoa left. Yum. Oh, true, Jive Turkey. Good point. I still have a peppermint stick left. A candy cane. I might have to do that with my hot chocolate tonight. The question is, do I want to eat some pie? Maybe. Hello. All right. Moving on. I'm not even using my new mouse yet. Do I want to click that link, Poison Pez? Pumpkin pie and pecan pie. Is it like down in that area? I hope that didn't happen, Misanthropy. Go check it. Let me know. When writing the story of your life, don't let anyone else hold the pen. Oh, that's a good advice. But David does such a good job holding my pen. Ryan Express, why don't you think... Oh, the third party won the last election? Yay. In your area? That's a really good point, Transcender. I think you're going to talk David into switching to electric blankets. You're drinking hot cocoa with mini marshmallows in it. Yum. I usually don't do the mini marshmallows. You just bought this. You want to try it with adding coconut milk. In what country, Ryan? Ooh. That looks very good. A superfood elixir. I'll leave it open. Maybe David will end up buying some for me, but I don't know about that price. He probably won't. $2 an ounce. I wish you were right, Ryan. Oh, Poison Pez has a good point. David won't go for the electric blankets because the unhealthy electromagnetic field. He always tells me, why is your cell phone on in the bedroom? And why is do you have your cell phone with you? We're going on a trip. Do you have your cell phone with you? Did you turn it off? Yeah. Electric kotatsu tables with a blanket thrown over it. And the whole family sits under the table with their legs under it. Hopefully, Ryan, the third party will win the next election for president and elect David Sponheim to office. Thank you, David Miliband. Sometimes I do, but very rarely. David always tells me not to carry my cell phone in my pocket. So I got pretty good at putting it in my purse. America's Third Party. See our website, americasthirdparty.com. Am I sure I'm ready to be First Lady? Or would I be a third lady, considering I'd be part of America's Third Party? I'd be whatever the American people want me to be. And I'll help. Yes, we support the Second Amendment. How do you feel about it? Because I believe people should have a right to bear arms. Did you know what happened in Venezuela and basically almost any country that takes away the right to bear arms? Then they become it ends up being the only people that have guns are the gangsters and the police, and all the people can't protest because the gangsters will kill them. Usually government sponsored gangsters, but then the government says that they're not associated with them. That's what's happening in Venezuela right now. It's so sad. There is no 45th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, pirate. Scissor Fight reserves the right to arm beers. Yeah, I should probably wrap my cell phone in tinfoil like a candy bar. That's what David would like that. Well, welcome. I'm glad that you found us, Ryan Express. Open borders? David does not believe in open borders. No. David, let me see. He'll come in and tell you about what he believes in a minute, Ryan, but he actually believes that the border can be built, a border wall can be built a lot more affordably than what Trump has proposed by building it out of cargo containers. Let's see. He has a thing here. Have to scroll down and find his videos, but he has a lot of other things too. And I'm not like him where he would click on other things. How do you feel about the borders, Ryan? The issue with the borders, I do love David regardless of anything. Yeah, cargo containers. You know, like the kind that they put on cargo ship, like cargo ships. Here we go. Here's David's idea of a container. Here's his idea. Stack these on top of each other. And he thinks it'll cost $1 billion for 1,000 miles of a cargo container fence. I mean, those are really hard to climb or get over. I could dream about you. You want a strong vetting policy and a merit-based immigration policy. I could work with that, especially if they're willing to do work for our military or helping build infrastructure or something like that, merit-based. Okay. Wow, interesting misanthropy. I'm not in favor of turning the cargo containers into incinerators. I am in favor of turning them into housing solutions. Good point, Ryan. But I would say this, Ryan, that I would prefer to make sure that we look to U.S. citizenry to fill our skills first. A lot of times there are people that can fill the need that we have that don't realize that we have that need. So one instance would be turning to our high schools and saying we need to train students for this particular category. We can have a 6-week to 6-month training course of the skills that we need, and first and it could be open to anybody in the world, but with a first right toward priority to U.S. citizens. We really need to have U.S. citizens, prioritize them. Sarah, would you be okay with moving to the Mexican border? The thing is, misanthropy, there's already a group that is called there's already a group that tries to protect our borders that aren't associated with a border patrol. And I would just have them have the ability to do citizens arrests and support them. You know, I forgot their name. They're I'm getting older. The militia, there's a certain group that does that. Okay, Marcos. What is CraigTube? Is that like Craigslist, YouTube cross between that? Should I be broadcasting over there, David Miliband? I didn't even know about that. And Ryan, sorry if I confuse you because I'm responding to other people in other chat rooms. Transcender asks, did you know the congressional districts on the southern border do not want the wall, and they are now composed of 100% Democrats? I did not know that. Thank you for informing me of that, Transcender. Okay, Ryan is not a big wall guy. He says cut off all incentives and punish employers and then stop the incentives. Yeah, that's a good point. Incentives would be, though, what you said, a merit-based immigration policy. That would be incentives. You wish you could see the other chat? So it's vonlive.tv. Vaughn. Is it just Vaughn.live/third party? That's one of them. And the other one is iVlog. Here, I can give you a link to this one. The other one, I use a pop-out chat, so I only look at the chat, even though we have the video there too. I haven't eaten a hot pretzel in a very long time. David would say he also agrees with getting rid of incentives. Did you know one of the reasons that we have incentives for immigrants is because we've signed an international treaty that says we accept refugees. And if we accept refugees, part of that treaty says that we have to give refugees the same access as U.S. citizens to any of our social welfare systems or any issues. So they know all of the programs available, like welfare and things like that, and they even probably know more how to access it more than U.S. citizens do. And they already qualify because they don't come in without jobs, so then they qualify because it's based on income. That's one of the reasons that David wanted to have a basic income for people, so that we can have this issue go away with the welfare issue where it's based on income. There's the thing with welfare is that there's some people that are barely scraping by and don't qualify for medical care or welfare, and then there's people that make a little bit less and then they qualify. That was because people are greedy and would rather hire foreigners and pay them less. Sometimes they do that too. They pay them under the table and then pay them in cash rather than paying somebody in tax, and then they get their money tax free. But I agree with the incentives, the welfare and Medicare and all of that. If I understand about there's some international treaties that I think that we need to relook at, renegotiate, and that might be one of them. You might need to go on a break if my discussion is sounding like Groundhog Day. Aw, you're so... Thank you. You're so nice. No, we don't use keyboard duster in our area, so I've never caught anyone doing that, sniffing it, that's huffing it. That's so weird. With the ER being medical, the problem with that's a whole nother issue, that our medical costs are just so crazy high. I believe David will be casting on New Year's Day. The only day that David doesn't broadcast is on Sundays. The problem about cutting the containers in half, scissor fight, is if you cut those, once you cut the containers, they don't have the structural integrity that they do otherwise. Hello, Shadow. Sorry I missed you. Good point, Transcender. Yes, he showers every day, including Sunday. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Shadow. I agree. Transcender believes that we should treat healthcare as infrastructure, and I would agree with that. Hello, lots of. I don't like hot dogs, by the way. I'm not a fan. Well, then that's good, Shadow. Maybe you can do well. No, I never said we should meet. I do believe in equality. If you're willing to do a job, you should get paid for doing that job. I'll consider it. No. Oh. Tell David to check his Periscope more. Yes, I will try to tell him that. He has it up. You just have to keep constantly posting every second that you can, like hi or some comments, because the problem is that it just sits at the top of the screen, and if it's not active, then he doesn't see it change, and that's why he doesn't always check it. So whenever I come in, I always make sure that I respond to people in Periscope, even if it's been a while. Like 627 over at iVlog was the last one that posted over there, and it's been a while. But I'll say, okay, iVlog people, they don't seem to post that often when I'm in the room. All right, yeah, well, just keep posting like hi or David. I'm the only one. I feel special. I know, no one has the patience to post things over again. You're the only one over there. Why don't you watch us at the other places like Vaughn and iVlog? I could easily get more people on Periscope. Change the name. What's the name now? America's Third Party. What should I change the name to? Yeah, you're right. America's Third Party Show. What should it be called? How would I get more? I did not know that, Transcender. Okay, I will do that. Here, I'll go off of Periscope and come right back on. And then maybe I can do that. All right. Let's see if I can do that. Wait, it's not letting me do that. Let me see. Create new source. I'll just have to refresh, maybe. No, I did not see that. Reload. Oh no. It just says review broadcast. Oh, stop broadcast. Okay. Hello, Brandon, far away. Far away, not far away. Sorry. BuzzFeed article, Russia promoted a buff Bernie Sanders coloring book. Wow. The illustrator tells BuzzFeed BuzzFeed News after an ad pushing her tribute to the Berniacs of the world was in a trove of Russia-sponsored Facebook ads. Wow. We need a... Welcome back, lots of... We need a Buff David coloring book. That would be good. David's so beautiful. I should make one. Beautiful David face. That would be awesome. A Sponheim. Sponheim's Now's the Time coloring book, huh? Isla Fries would color it all day. She likes David that much. Oh man. It sounds like where I am, actually, David Miliband. I am in Washington State, which pretty much has the same weather as Cardiff, Wales. It's raining and cold. What time is sun? Let's check to see if we're in the same area. What time is sunset there? Just Google sunset time. I bet mine is earlier than yours. When is your sunset? We should compare sunsets. Oh, here. There you go. That's as close as you're gonna get. Sunrise is 8:20. I said sunset, but I'll go for sunrise. Okay, so yours is actually worse than mine. But your sunset is, wow, your sunrise is 8:20, but sunset's 4:40. My sunrise is 8:02, but my sunset is 4:25.
All right, we're on track now.
Your sunset is 4:30 upstate New York. Yeah.
That's early.
David has tons of dedication. Here he is.
Yes. We had a 4:30 sunset tonight. I was going to feed the fish, and I said, it's too dark to feed the fish.
I know. It was
I can't
like
even get up.
4:30, and he's like, oh, never mind. I don't want to go out in the rain and all that. David Miliband's over in Cardiff, Wales.
Oh, right. Wales. Right. You get the same weather.
That seems like a kind of cool place to visit, but then it's probably similar to here. So I'd have to go in the summer because it's just so dark.
It is, yeah. We will be casting New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Yeah.
David always broadcasts.
Monday night, Tuesday. Yeah, why not? Sure. We do it every year, and
all right. Lots of says this is the only place he can watch you over at Periscope, and he hopes you never stop. And he asked me to change the name. He said that he thought we could get more views with, instead of calling it America's Third Party, call it President 2020.
Okay.
And then I added Sponheim.
Okay, we'll call it President 2020 from now on. Thank you. Good idea.
Oops.
Thanks, lots of weenies. Why don't we have a New Year's Eve third party? What do you mean? We do have a New Year's Eve third party. I don't get it.
Your idea isn't working. He's going to have to find something that it'll eventually work.
Not really. We're heavily monitored and censored on all the networks: Periscope, Twitter, YouTube, and yeah, we have locks on all of our access. I wish you the best.
Making a coloring book, the David Sponheim buff coloring book.
The buff coloring
book.
You're
like buffed out.
Yeah, it would be kind of a buff coloring book. Yeah, we could all imagine what I do look like, which you know. Sarah, is David casting? Yes, I am. Hi, other one. But we have a dedication to do the show in lieu of the fact that a lot of you don't have anything to look at during the show. I mean, during this time period.
We should call the coloring book that way.
No, I don't really think a coloring book is appropriate. We're heading toward the dark days of American government and our economy. Coloring book doesn't cut it for me, but thanks for the idea.
What is Hogmanay? What is that? I can't tell because Dave is looking at something.
I'm looking at the Melania dress that she's wearing, this plaid thing that I think making an issue about her dress is also kind of like talking about a coloring book. But
yeah,
I mean, think about it. I mean, we're talking about Melania's dress.
Of course, transgender.
In our government.
Oh, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
It's stupid. The whole subject of her dress is absurd, or her pantsuit. Who cares? Yeah, I mean, we don't need to divert our attention from what matters, like getting people housing, cleaning our environment, helping people with opportunities so they don't feel so depressed and without purpose. These are important things. Flannel with yoga pants, it's the winter look, yeah.
Obviously, David is broadcasting New Year's Eve.
You could probably get on YouTube. Well, we are on YouTube. But we don't have a live show anymore because we were attacked. We were doxxed. I sent a dispute, but YouTube ignored it.
And I did not do that.
You didn't follow through, but it doesn't matter.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think Sarah really has a problem with YouTube. You know I do, but she doesn't.
I probably do. I don't know.
Oh, you're also streaming? Okay.
It's a long story.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. Have some dessert or something.
I was thinking of having some dessert.
There's a little apple butter on the counter, but not much left in that container. We finished it.
That's okay.
And there's, of course, the pies. Help yourself. Get in.
Yeah, I already had some sweet potatoes. Maybe I'll do some pies.
I would. Those pies are.
Yeah.
I got to hold back on those pies. Okay, yeah, the peppermint stick is not as appealing as the pie, I think. I don't know anybody who does that on the internet. I'm sure there's porn stars that do that. Are you talking about Stormy Daniels? It was apple butter, what we made. It was really good. We got the peeler that peels really well. And we peeled a bunch of apples. We're going to do another round of apple butter. I make a new account to stream from he is worried that he'll delete the 25,000 hours of video he does. Yeah, exactly. I can't make a new account. It won't make any difference. They're following me on the internet, Misanthropy. I mean, if you haven't figured it out by now, that with my subscriber count remaining the same for 9 years, and my follower count on Twitter remaining the same for 9 years. If you people haven't figured out that I'm censored, I feel sorry for your deductive ability. You don't understand how to logically connect the dots, which is sad. You're a socialist? Okay. You're an anarcho-syndicalist. Sarah seems like she agrees. No. Neither one of us is a socialist. We're more progressive libertarians. Some of my ideas are misperceived as socialism, David, but they're not. The only socialist idea I have really is for the government to compete in the free market. But it's not socialist because I don't want to give the government unfair advantage over private enterprise. No idea what that means. Anyway, if we don't get the government to compete in the free market, we won't find an avenue for the government to return the money, get money back. So it's always running in arrears. Now, our government is, in case you didn't know, borrowing incessantly to finance its operation. It's like taking credit cards and running on credit, doing your whole life on a credit card. That's how our government has been functioning the past 60 or 70 years. So we've had the worst possible people running our government because they never bothered to downsize the terrible largeness of our bureaucracy. It was never their intention to do that. Even when Ronald Reagan talked about the government being the problem, he still had one of the largest budgets of its time. So I never said the mainstream media isn't fake news. No. I said the mainstream media is one of the many mixes of news that may or may not be fake. You can't possibly lump all of the mainstream media, ABC, NBC, CNN, Fox, into the word fake news. You can't possibly do that and make a credible thought in your head, because you're ruling out all the possibilities of information gathering and sharing. In fact, the word fake news stifles free press because it denies people the ability to talk about words like Pizzagate on Twitter or Reddit, which is now outlawing the word Pizzagate. What kind of a country sets up an entire agenda? Like Facebook has got 56 people working right now on defining what hate speech is on Facebook and what they're going to ban. That is not free speech, and in no way is that fulfilling our constitutional law. It's in violation of the First Amendment, which needs to be prosecuted. I think Facebook needs to be we need to look at Facebook as a monopoly that needs to be busted. And that is where I look or sound like a socialist. Simply monopoly busting Google, Facebook, or anybody who thinks they're so big that they can dominate an entire industry and tell people you can't work there from your home and make $36,000 a year. They're going to give a job to some puppet graduate from Stanford and pay him $350,000 a year. I want to make more jobs for people at home, telecommuting, and less for prima donnas that think they're so wonderful that they create programs that have open back doors so wide you might as well call it a gaper. I mean, Windows is a gaper. It's an open, wide open, hackable unit that has never been fixed, and they have profited beyond belief from Windows. So I say we bunker buster, monopoly bust at least 3 or 4 corporations. So yeah, you can call me a socialist on that level and make more opportunity for more people at the ground level. And remember, a lot of this software has already been developed, and it's not going to be improved upon over the next 5 million years. So why would they continue to make money on algorithms and data centers other than to pay electric bills and finance the processors that are operating these systems? I mean, really. Let's not kid ourselves. We don't need corporate suck monsters at the top of our social networking system deriving huge amounts of funds for their cronies to go down the street and buy Gucci slippers for fun because their wife they don't even know what to do with their time. They're just out buying goopy, yeah. Hardly. No, I'm not a socialist, but the only thing you could call me as a socialist is that I'm a hybrid capitalist who believes that monopoly busting is indeed something we need to do. Sarah doesn't do anything. And if you open up a second YouTube channel, they go after you. You don't know that? You were wondering why you got kicked off of YouTube. The last thing we need is YouTube to, go after our main channel. So I just don't think you people understand that we are being censored heavily. Trying new methods to work around the YouTube algorithms isn't going to help us. I've already written appeal after appeal and dispute on this issue. They refuse to respond. So, well, I'm not a socialist, David. I'm a hybrid capitalist, but that part people see as socialism. I don't acknowledge socialism as a good thing. The work of Eugene Debs and many people, there were huge socialists way back in the old days who were pushing for what appears to be workers' rights. There aren't going to be a lot of workers soon, David. Workers are going to be a thing of the past. It'll be people living on the dole or people living on their retirement savings. Workers will be replaced by robots and automation unless we create new jobs. Now, I'd love to see new jobs for Americans, like fixing solar panels on rooftops, installing them, like building a housing sector up, which we have currently that just needs a little bit more work. These are jobs that the government could actually partner with private sector companies like Home Depot and Lowe's to improve housing. and improve Lowe's and Home Depot at the same time. I don't consider Noam Chomsky a progressive libertarian. I consider him a communist, especially his recent support for Russia. And the fact that he doesn't see Russia as a threat, I find that very suspicious. And a lot of socialists and communists don't see Russia as a threat. And ironically, Donald Trump doesn't see those as a threat. All right, we're going to stop this use of the thoughtbot and the quotation mark. If it continues to be abused, I will request that Ghost pulls it off, or we'll just start banning characters because it's taking up chat space. I don't mind a little bit of it, you know, but incessant use by one person is not cool. Like serial killers, you can pull off of that. Yeah. Thank you. True Blue, you can stop that too. You're filling up my chat. I can't read it. I don't want to read a, you know, a legal size chat this big. And show us the Uganda incident. I do not know what you're saying. What do you mean about Uganda? The only thing capitalistic about Russia is Vladimir Putin and his oligarchs. Calling Russia capitalistic is like calling China capitalistic. Hardly. Only people that are trying to profit, people that were descendants of Mao Zedong's inner circle. Or, in this case, Vladimir Putin's. He was the son of the food taster for Joseph Stalin. Arnold Schwarzenegger is seemingly working for the Illuminati. I think what's going on now is these people are they're playing a role. They're told, you're going to play the left side of this argument, and the other, you're going to play the right side, and you're going to go banter back and forth. So Schwarzenegger can banter against Trump, and Trump can banter against Schwarzenegger. These are all puppets in a big theater, like a kabuki drama, in which Japanese actors are both happy and sad and fight each other for everything. These things are known for, they're great for bread and circuses. You get to watch people talk about anger in front of you, hating the Democrats, hating the Republicans, but all the while you are being played. And the kabuki in Japan is all about the theater of drama. And when you look at their methods, it's very similar to what we're dealing with today in American politics. Yes. Here's a famous kabuki theater piece. Fascinating. Anyway, moving on. Able Danger, Kevin Spacey threatens full disclosure of Hollywood deep state CIA connections. Okay, Able Danger's got kind of a spotty track record when it comes to, you know, labeling things as conspiracies and validating them, but we'll take a look at this. Sure. The recent reveal by Kevin Spacey has put people in the question area of whether he's working for the Illuminati or the Queen of England, who he aired a cup on screen dedicating his life to the Queen of England. And now we're finding out that this could very well be a threat to reveal even bigger secrets, and could, you know, be putting him out on the line there. If the felony charges in Nantucket, Massachusetts are brought forward and he gets prosecuted, he may be threatening to reveal information that could very well be the few true proves past. Okay. So this is a video coming up tonight.
I know what you want. Oh, sure, they may have tried to separate us, but what we have is too strong, it's too powerful. And after all, we shared everything, you and I.
Well, no, I'm sorry, I didn't jump with the bones of a 16-year-old boy while I'm drunk. I never shared that. Did any of you share that 16-year-old drunken rape attack? I wasn't there. Were you, Senator?
Could you answer the question, Judge? That's not happened. Is that your answer?
Yeah, and I'm curious if you have.
No, I've never jumped the bones of a 16-year-old boy, Brett, or a woman, and put my hand over her mouth and tried to subdue her rape charges. Okay, who's doing this again? Thoughtbot. Thoughtbot's out of control? Huh. Let's take a look and see what happens with Thoughtbot if I mute him. Let's give him 5 minutes of rest time. We've got an AI system that's gotten out of control. We'll see what happens. That's a good link, Tom. Thank you. I don't have any unproven gossip that I can't just call unproven gossip. I don't claim that anything I say is factual to the degree of every single detail has been presented to you, but I have to ask you, do you have any evidence of a shooting in Mandalay Bay? Like bodies? Anything? Do you have any proof of anything happening at Parkland shooting, like CCTV footage? I mean, maybe you don't. I don't have any evidence at all that these things happened. That's why I'm concerned. When you hear about like a serious terrorist attack, wouldn't you like to have solid proof that it happened? Or are you willing to just accept it and just write it off as oh, no big deal? Well, I call false flag alert. Yeah. Beep, 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 false flag alert, false flag alert. People who are aware look for evidence. I don't see any, but you're willing to accept those theories without even a stitch of evidence. Yet you say, I need proof of my ideas on the internet and gossip that I'm hearing on the internet? How ironic, you of all people. You have been removed from the show. I requested you not to come in here and do that. Thank you. They even arrested people that weren't even involved in the drones. Oh, yeah. Any proof of anything happening, David? I mean, if we could look at the Sandy Hook event and say emphatically that we saw all the children being escorted out of the school, we don't have photographs of anybody being escorted out of the school. In fact, we have quite the opposite. We have videotape from all the angles of the Newtown school, Sandy Hook Elementary School. Every video angle covered, and not one kid is being carted out of that school. And we've got a full 3-hour chunk that the state of Connecticut delivered to us. I'd like to see the proof of the children being pulled out of the school. And I wonder why they got rid of that school and destroyed it completely, so there's not a stitch of evidence of anything, not even blood evidence. Oh, and by the way, there is no blood evidence presented by the state of Connecticut of any children being killed. The only blood in all the footage that was delivered in the Sandy Hook case was a few drops of blood from the car to the front door. A few scant drops of blood. That was all we ever saw. Yet you want to believe that's a real event. Now there's a very interesting thing that I think you have to remember. The pastor of the Charleston church shooting is the only person who's ever been buried with an open casket out of 50 terrorist attacks in this country over the past 10 years. And we have proof right here that it is a wax dummy, not even the real man that was put there. His ear was a 1 inch lower than it should be, and his head was deformed. But I must tell you, you can use whatever you want, David, as long as you stay within the purview of free speech, and there's even leniency in that area. Yeah. But with that in mind, not one single open casket has been presented of anybody that supposedly died in 50 different terrorist attacks in 10 years, and this is the only photograph. And guess what? This is the only photograph I could pull from a thumbnail off of the internet, because the story that this leads to has been completely wiped out. There's only a thumbnail image of this story, and we had about 50 stories about this back when it happened. They're all gone. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Did you make ATP bot? Hi. Ghost is here. He did make ATP bot. Yes. I just muted thought, though. It got a little out of control. I don't even have a scale on 1 to 10 because I don't even know who Martine is. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mark Wahlberg, but you're digressing, and I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about. He's an R&B singer, songwriter in Warner Brothers Records. Is that you, Rodney? Are you still talking about these kids online? Yeah. What kind of a question is that, Rodney? You need to stop that. Yeah. We don't allow people like that in the show. Pulled out of the show. God, can you believe this guy? He's coming in here acting like, he's interested in some young boy. It's like, what the hell? You're into it too, Transcender? Whoa, I'm kind of freaked out by your weird interest in some young boy. It's like, what's wrong with you people? The whole world is becoming perverted, apparently. All right, Gatwick Airport drone incident, darker commercial truths without spirit.
Just days after the drone crisis at Gatwick, and yesterday it was announced that a 50% controlling share of the airport will be sold to a French company, Vinci. Now, I don't like conspiracy theories, but could the drone incident have been a last chance effort by employees and management at the airfield to stop the sale?
Now, what's wrong with it? If you're looking for the Brexit to work, surely the sale of English companies would be beneficial to the livelihood of your great nation. Dave, Sun Young Gay is a Chinese noodle dish? I didn't know that. Thanks for sharing. Could you be a little bit more relevant because you're losing the relevance factor? Without Spirit did a better job of producing like a news clip here. I'm actually pro-Brexit myself. But I'm also pro-EU. And I'm pro-everybody. Yeah. I don't see why the EU can't succeed as an entity like the United States. I understood the very sentiment behind that, but to drag England and Britain into the EU is absurd. It's obvious that the planners of the European Union are clearly leaning on a greater wealth from the Bank of England, which is clearly a waste of their effort. If Britain were to become amalgamated with the EU, it wouldn't make the EU any stronger. It would only shoulder the debt of the operations of countless bad managed countries onto the English government. They would lose everything. No, I really despise talking. I only do it because I have to fill the space between this time and when I get off of the show. Yeah, I really wish I didn't even have to talk. We could just sit in a meditative state and listen to music. It would be so much better. Yeah, let's go there. Good idea. Right, let's play Transcend, shall we? that was very relaxing. Dude on a heavy acid trip. Here we go. 2,300,000 views. He's on a heavy acid trip. Okay. Well, that'll be fun to watch. Yeah. Sure. We've got great stuff tonight, folks. A guy on a heavy acid trip. Wow, that'll be exciting. Thanks for the link. Then the false prophet Pope Francis Beyond Heresy 4K. That looks good. You know, Francis has not called out Cardinal McCarrick for molesting 2 boys, and many people in the Catholic Church, even priests in my area, are a little concerned. So yeah, I want to see this one too. I don't know, that looks pretty wild. I mean, there's some nudity in there. Yeah. I'll take a look. Oh, there's 2. No, I can't play it. I'm so sorry. I can't play that. It's got nudity in it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, who sent that? Some Jesuit? Yeah, I think we have to pass on that one. I'm so sorry. I will put it in my category of miscellaneous if you want to catch it online. Go to our playlist at youtube.com/America's Third Party. Yeah. Tech scammer steals from my fake bank account. Really? We got more of this guy, Kitbogo. He's Kitbogo. He basically stings these scammers in their own game.
So right now, no longer services are protecting your computer.
Okay. Well,
so
thank
that's
you for
why
being honest.
we called you to make you aware about this, that the softwares are not working and your computer do not have any protection. Okay. I need to tell you that I'm giving you your money back to you because you paid for the full protection of your computer and our softwares doesn't work, so we are not authorized.
I cannot wait to hear from him. That'll be fun. Hey, I Love Fries, are you going to be serious about your statements? You just told me that Trump is accepting fellatio for money to help people who are on the work furlough. Seriously? Where do you hear these things? Women 200 pounds? Are you making this stuff up? Is this fake news? Is this part of your fake news? You're taking me and Donald? Yeah, I think it's pretty ridiculous to make up stories about Donald, considering there's so many good things to listen to. No, I didn't cook a meal yesterday. We watched the making of the blueberry waffles, Belgium waffles. It was good. We sat and watched the video from Thanksgiving. We have too much food in the refrigerator. If I start cooking right now, I got to eat it, and I don't need to, gain weight for the winter period. So seriously, fellatios, performing fellatio for petty cash? Oh, come on. Are you serious, I Love Fries? You just making that up? Are you just fantasizing about doing that? You're hungry. Well, haven't you been to a garbage can outside of your McDonald's or Jack in the Box lately? There's plenty of food in there. Nobody in America should be starving. I heard Obama had sex with Ben, yeah, for coke. Yeah, Larry Sinclair. I think I Love Fries is just fantasizing that maybe she could get close to Donald and perform some duties. You're eating out of garbage cans outside of Panera Bread? Wow. That's a little high end, don't you think? Yeah, some of you are really, maximizing your use of survival techniques by eating out of garbage cans. And, there's nothing wrong with that. You got Donald Trump eating out of Kissinger's butthole.
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia and various other matters. We're talking about Syria, and I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think things are happening that are really, really, really positive.
Like pulling out of Syria? That is positive, but rat-faced Kissinger, he didn't want Trump to pull out of Syria. I can only imagine that phone call last week. Mr. President, I would like to know why you are saying that you are pulling out of Syria.
Well, Henry, I've been listening to this guy, David Spanheim, on the internet, and he says that we shouldn't be there because we're wasting our resources.
But, Mr. President, you know that we have control over your assets in the International Fund. The Monetary Fund has great control to controlling your finances at every level.
Well, after the sex tape was released, I'm really not too concerned now, Henry, so you can go stick it up a New World Order rope.
I'm sorry, I was talking to Henry on the phone. Yeah, very awkward. And everyone who supports Trump was wondering why Kissinger was getting, a good reach around there for a while, I mean, hello. You don't mind if I speak plainly about, our former President Barack Obama, who probably committed numerous cases of fraud. Yeah, I hate to say it, but Obama had one case that he never pursued in defamation, and that was the case of Larry Sinclair, a man who paid $6,000 just to get a speaking role to say this statement to you, the American people, in front of the Washington Press Corps.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Wow. I got testimony. I got an hour and a half of testimony from him that day, and he went on, and there was a guy named Larry Sinclair named a guy named Donald Young, and that was shocking. I believe it was shocking. He mentioned a guy named Donald Young who turned out to be one of Barack Obama's lovers. Yeah, nobody knew this about Obama. Obama's homosexual, and Michelle is a dude. Michelle's a tranny. So the elites thought it would be really funny if they could convince all of you Democrats that it would be totally fine if they could put a tranny in the White House as the First Lady. One of the first things Donald Trump did was hire this woman named Amanda Simpson. I mean, if that isn't a clear sign that he supports transsexualism, I don't know what is. Well, I'm not sure who's performing fellatio in that relationship, nor is it important to me. And it shouldn't be important to you. But Obama, is he gay? Gee, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, come on. Let's get real here. Anyway. Make a long story short, they were very close when they met outside of the college, Oregon State University, where Michael LaVaughn Robinson went to college. He was a football player. I'm telling you the truth, man. I ain't mess with you, man. I'm telling you exactly what's going down with Michelle. Yeah, he's a total crook. They did this for money. They both pulled this off, and now they just named her, Michelle, the most important first lady ever. I mean, it's just unbelievable what's happening. Anyway, this is LaVaughn Robinson right here in his male form, Michael LaVaughn Robinson. And right after he left OSU, Oregon State University, he went to Princeton and changed his name to Michelle. I think the voters would have cared, David, if Barack was gay or not. I think if it was put to the voters' test and they were asked, do you want a gay president? I think Barack Obama would not have won that election. And I'm not on a big limb talking about it that way. I think we can be fairly sure Barack Obama would not have won the election. So, plus, I think a lot of people are still concerned that Barack Obama lied about his birth certificate. I don't think we can just ignore the fact that the birth certificate that he presented, the long-form birth certificate, was not authentic. We have his authentic birth certificate right here from Mombasa with his footprint, of all things. I mean, that's little Barack Obama's footprint. So, I mean, let's get real here. We've been lied to on all levels by so many people, it's not even funny. Was Barack Obama a Muslim? Yeah, I think getting up in his headdress and spending 3 years in madrasa as a child would make him a Muslim. Now that we know the truth about Barack Obama, now we need to get to the truth about Donald Trump. Donald Trump dodged the draft, according to a recent statement from two women who are the daughters of a former foot doctor in New York City who rented a building out of Fred Trump's slumlord lien. He was a lien holder on the building. Fred Trump had asked the father, the podiatrist, to do this for Donald, to declare that he had bone spurs. I'm just telling you what went down. And sure enough, these two women are on record now talking about it and saying that Donald Trump violated, he basically draft dodged. So, yeah, I'm sorry to have to bring all these sad statements to you. Many people want to live in a dream world. I don't blame you. But come on, let's get real. They're lying to us. We have a good one from Scissor Fight. He worked on this. Trumpty Dumpty wants a great wall. Trumpty Dumpty has lied to us all. All the elite's puppets and all the bad men couldn't get Trumpty elected again. That's very funny. Yeah, so let's not forget that, these people have lied, cheated, and stolen to get to where they are. And if you think for a second that they're going to let an average man like me into their little picture, even if 2 billion people were watching me nightly, they'd still say they wouldn't give me 1 second of media time whatsoever. Industrial chloroform emissions are rising. Our government's doing nothing. The Democrats and Republicans talk about climate change. We've got toxic waste being dumped in our atmosphere constantly. And Trump doesn't think it's happening. And neither one of them want to talk about the dreaded chemtrails, which continues to just mind blow people. This story came in earlier. The White House has not officially ordered Afghan troop withdrawal. They haven't ordered the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan. According to the Pentagon, Trump has not put that order through. So he's talking through his butt right now about what he's going to pull out of the war. Yeah, it's a weird time to be living with a president that doesn't even know what's going on. I mean, he seems to be kind of out of touch. He's doing photo ops when he should be doing real work. Well, let's be clear. Well, David, yeah, we have to break. Well, for one, if we don't bring up Barack Obama's sexuality issue, then we're not touching on the fact that he lied to the American people. Furthermore, if we're not bringing up Donald Trump's draft dodging accusations, we're not touching on the fact that he lied to the American people. So if you don't care about the honesty of your leader, then what does that tell you about you, David? You want to sit there and defend your vote for Barack Obama all those years, acting like you did goody things, voting for Obamacare, which has drained our coffers of $350 billion extra a year, and doesn't necessarily provide better health care for our people in this country? I think you may want to spend your time more in the Democratic Party. Well, the fact is, they don't want to address the simple reality that they lied to us, that Michelle is a dude. Now, I don't know how many times you've been in here, David, but we play a video at our show that's shocking, and I'm about to show you that video. And it came about as a result of it came as a result of Joan Rivers speaking out about Barack Obama and Michelle being a transgender. Let's watch it in its entirety, because some of you are forgetting.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
All right, we're going to take a look at the money shot here, up close and personal. Whew. Yeah. Okay, so right here, essentially, you see that right there? Right there, yeah, see that? I put it on loop, but you can look at it better. Yeah, let me raise it up for you a little bit. Yeah, tickle, tickle. You can't tell me that's a battery pack for a wireless mic or something. I don't want to touch it. I'm not gay. But I can spot a male body part a mile away in suits like this on a videotape up close and personal. I mean, this is ridiculous. I'm sorry, is it politically incorrect to talk about male body parts? Do we not want to assign a gender to a male body part? Is it a bit much for you Democrats to accept the possibility that men have penises? It's not lies. This is an actual videotape. Wake up. Wake America. David, you're a piece of shit waiting to dry, you socialist piece of shit. Get out of here. God, can you imagine we had a socialist piece of shit in this room tonight? Can you believe that? Just because I spotted Michelle Obama's penis and testicle. David Miliband won't be a supporter for us. Who gives a shit about you stinking socialist commie Bernie Sanders pigs? Get the hell out of my room. Can you believe that piece of shit that came in here? I'm going to have to tell Sarah to watch out for these socialist pieces of shit that want to turn our country into a Marxist agenda. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't participate in his BS. All because I brought up the truth about Michelle Obama and Barack being a homosexual. And not even admitting it to the American people when he was running for president. Socialist pieces of shit. We don't want them in here. Well, that's a relief. You notice that the tension in the room disappeared as soon as we got that piece of shit out of our toilet bowl? I know my Vaughn mode has Michelle dancing in the background because I was doing it in front of the thing I just played, David Miliband. God. I just can't believe people like that come in our room. And Jake, I don't give a shit about you and your language. I'm sorry, Jake, but I really don't care if you don't like the word shit. No, I'm not. It's the way we talk now. Wake up to the new world and get the hell out of this room, Jake. We don't need you in here because you're probably a socialist. God, these people. No, I cannot. No, I cannot dance like that in a jumpsuit to replicate it. But I would do it if Michelle ran. I would. If she ran as a VP or president, I would definitely do a blackface 3. David Miliband didn't say anything. He's basically a worthless piece of shit, and so is Jake. And I think we all know what the word shit is because it's not a censored word. I don't have blood pressure problems, but thank you. I started using the word shit in 2016. For 8 years, I never used it except to describe compost material. So, I feel better being able to use the word shit. I've never used the F word, though. I'm holding off on that one. I just had to get socialist pieces of shit out of here. Anybody who supports Bernie Sanders, who makes $2.4 million a year on his book sales, and made $1.5 million on profiting by throwing the race against Hillary, anyone who still supports that guy is brain dead and doesn't belong in here. Bernie Sanders won't talk about chemtrails. Bernie Sanders won't even talk about GMOs or vaccines or anything. He won't even talk about pollution without, calling it a Wall Street corporate plan. I mean, I don't even want to it's ridiculous. I was a Democrat before I realized they were going down the drain, the Marxist drain. I'm as far away from Marx as we can possibly be with hybrid capitalism. We wrote a book about a plan to help the country run itself on its own funds, making money like a business without having to become too big like a socialist monster would. Bernie's a total turncoat. Bernie was given an opportunity to declare the nomination of the Democratic Party. Even his wife told him to do it right on stage, and he turned it down because he cut a deal with you know who I'm talking about, the Barracuda of the entire political structure, the woman who's still dragging us down and claims she still owns the Democratic Party, Hillary Clinton. Now she's got this ridiculous, wild-ass imitator of a woman. What's her name? Ocasio? If that woman isn't posing, I don't know what is. I mean, she literally looks just like Iba. Here we go. The picture of Ocasio-Cortez and Iba Abedin. I'm going to give you a link, and if you're following information on the line and you want to trace information, read the notes in this Twitter feed. This will blow you away. Ocasio is ostensibly Iba Abedin, the sister of Uma Abedin, Hillary's best friend and possible lesbian cohort. Yeah. Ocasio has been speaking out boldly about things like she claimed Congress is comprised of 3 branches. And no, I'm sorry, it only has the Senate and the House. I'm sorry. You're a little misinformed, Ocasio. I mean, Iba. The weirdest part about this, no, that's just coloring in the camera. This one is a lighter picture because it has a flash on it. The weird part about this, really, Huma killed a girl? I didn't know that. Thanks, King of the TV Past. JTV Past. The weird thing about this is they both stopped. One stopped tweeting when the other one started tweeting. Iba Abedin hasn't been seen on Twitter since 2017, right when Ocasio came on the scene. I'm not kidding. Loads of posts. Check out her Instagram. Loads of posts until 2016, and then nothing. And you can't tell them the difference. I would have that twin even cloned, but look at how much their mouth smirks are the same. That's personality. It could actually be the same girl. Where is the sisters? Stand them together. Okay. Check out Iba Instagram and Twitter. They both end about the same time Cortez begins her political career. Also, more pictures up on Insta showing the same smile. Anyway, real interesting stuff on that tweet feed. One drops off Twitter, the other one starts. Is that a Coke nose, really? I didn't know. Well, we're talking the Clintons, and we know that they're into some pretty nasty stuff. If you haven't heard about the Mena, Arkansas situation, the Mena Gate, there's a lot to talk about. There's 136 people on the Clinton death count. People that have shown up suicided with a rope around their neck. I would never do that to myself, but I don't know how people can just sit there and believe that 136 people all just died of mysterious deaths right before they were going to testify against the Clintons. Even the woman that assembled a list of 136 people ended up dying a mysterious death. Very strange stuff about that. Evidence found on Weiner's laptop showed Uma and Hillary do evil crap together, according to NYPD. King of JTV Pass says NYPD was going to hold a press conference to expose what they found on the laptop, but the Defense Department stopped it. I heard about that, King of JTV Pass. Thank you. I don't know. Maybe Uma had a beard with Anthony Weiner. Anthony Weiner was Uma's beard, the lesbian equivalent of her beard. We do know that Hillary Clinton and Uma Abedin have had a very close relationship, and Hillary guards her very closely. And we also know that Chelsea's not going to run for political office, which was a disappointment to Hillary. So the possibility they groomed Ocasio for a win in the Bronx is very likely. You don't just win on the Democratic ticket like that unless you've got help. Ocasio's got help. There's something weird about this. I don't really know, nor do I care, Jab Turkey. You know, I'm convinced that Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton went to Jeffrey Epstein's orgy island many times. But Donald Trump is involved in this little mix too, because his best friend Jeffrey Epstein runs that place. And Acosta, the labor secretary that he's appointed, was the prosecuting judge that at the time that gave Jeffrey Epstein only 1 year for trafficking what appears to be up to 50 women under the age of 15. Veritably running a prostitution ring out of Orgy Island. And he only got 1 year. And that judge is now our labor secretary. So Donald's connection to this whole thing is huge, too. I don't really think we can solve questions with sites that don't make any sense. So don't ever give a link to a site that doesn't really have any place here. It's not really an important link. I do link check instantaneously. A lot of people are just really kind of lost because they don't know what to make of a third-party candidate. The socialists are befuddled by my effort here. I'm not a socialist. I don't want to give the government too much control. I actually want to make certain people in the government lose their power and give more people lower-paying government jobs. That makes more sense to the average American. Giving people $150,000 a year jobs, now 800,000 are complaining because of this down shutdown. I say shut her down. Yeah, we don't need all these people, 800,000 people making 100 to 150,000 a year. I ran across the budget the other day and it showed me some pretty scary things about our payroll for the military. Yeah, we're looking at the monthly Treasury report. Well, eating bacon is actually good for you. It has niacin and vitamin B in it that make you feel good. And actually, they say it's a strong source of nourishment. So I'm not sure what you're hearing about bacon as being dangerous. Are you Jewish or Muslim? Or do you have an aversion to that? Because you will, of course, go to hell if you eat bacon. In their eyes. That could be bad for you. I don't think they're qualified to actually earn $150,000 a year. I don't. If they were doing their job, our government wouldn't be so broke and out of money. Let me open up my history file here. See, I have nothing to fear from showing you my history file. I don't know. From what I've heard, you burn in eternally. And Satan is laughing while you're burning to death, and the pain is infinite. That's what I heard. That's what hell's all about. Would you like me to take you on a we'll call it a Club Dead tour? You don't mind, do you? Take a few minutes just to go see what hell looks like, so you'll decide whether you want to be like, greedy pigs who are burning in hell, or would you rather be an honest person and go to heaven? Would you like to take a trip to hell? Would you? Here you go.
Now, when I was down there, I saw a vat of fire. Huge vat of fire with liquid boiling hot lava and God's eternal judgment. And I saw demons laughing and dragging souls over. It just died from the earth that it was called the Abominables. And they're thrown in this liquid fire. To burn forever and ever and ever. The people really need to know this. They need to know that there is no coming out of that place. And they need to know that on the day of judgment in the book of Revelations, God shall speak.
Okay, well, you'll find that out later. See, I don't want to blow the anticipation. Kevin Spacey's own brother says his bizarre video is an act of desperation. The man has no shame. Thanks, Cal Worthington and his dog Spot. Yes, I thought that woman was very profound. I will unban you, Fitzy. Thank you for asking. It is so nice to enter new trolls who've been converted to the love of America's third party. Do you kiss your grandmother with the same lips that take craps on, Dave? How dare you hate your grandmother so much, you pieces of shit. You're not really a member of this show, are you, I Love Fries? You just got taken out. All right. We lost a follower here who's posting fake stories about people. making up slanderous statements about Donald Trump, claiming he was offering a fellatio for people on the work furlough right now from the government. And that's just ridiculous. I don't know. She's out for a while. She's not coming back. Okay, I'll do that too. Sure. You got me in a good mood. Alrighty then. Come on. Yeah, you can't go in our show and say those things. Ever. T-Wrecker and Lard Lizard's crew are in full swing tonight. I know. Mark must have financed a little blitz of hate over here. He probably gave them all $1,000 a night to do this. I would not doubt it. I bet some of them got $5,000. Remember that scene in Scarface where that guy walks up to Tony and says, "I'll give you $5,000." No, you don't. Okay. Say hello to my little friend. All right, we're going to go search for, I guess, 2018 payment schedule, monthly treasury report. I found a fiscal oddity. Now that we're not paying the bills, suffice to say, I'm not going to go look for it right now. But I found a November oddity in the Adobe Acrobat. Let me see if I can pull it up. There it is. This is the most recent monthly treasury report for when the government did finance the government, when we didn't shut down. Well, I don't know. Mark paid you plenty already, Jive Turkey. Mark removed your entire account for a week for supporting you, Dave? So you people are on Mark's payroll? I believe it. Oh, you mean just your account here? Oh, wow. China's first 100 megawatt solar power plant is put into operation. This is exciting. I hope their pollution is so bad that it'll block the sun. That's huge. You know, if the pollution from Beijing goes over there, they won't have any sun. I bet they did. They must have suckered a lot of people over there. Mark pays you $1 a day, so you really don't have an incentive to be very effective. How many of you have received money from Mark to attack our show in some way or fashion? Press 1. See how many people come into the show saying that. Okay, we got a few. Yeah, so Eat Few says he got money. Misanthropy, you got money from Mark to come into our show? Really? Wow. I wouldn't expect you to get money. Sponheim Event Flyer got money to hate on our show. I saw the tranny out of control. We got that picture a few minutes ago. So we got a few stragglers in here who are admitting it. Oh, you're not? Oh, that wasn't you? Okay, that was somebody else. Look at this amazing solar array, and it's got a collector in the center there. Well, I must say, it's an impressive solar system. No question about it. Good job, China. Yeah, doing the right thing. Solar energy, renewable energy. Sounds good. Yes. Certainly is moving in the right direction. Very phallic solar array, huh? Yeah. Really? You just like joking with me? You think this is a joke? And so that's where you're wrong. This is your only shot at saving yourself, and you're really blowing it. Really blowing it. Yeah. You look back on this time saying, wow, I was a real idiot treating Dave that way. He could have saved us. Now we got to all get zip tied and sent to the FEMA camps. I don't think so. China can't hold a candlestick to our solar systems that we're developing. I hate to tell you, but we just broke through a barrier. I'll tell you, but I hate telling you. Yeah, we just developed a brand new way of beep, 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 sensor, 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 beep, 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 beep. I'm sorry, I can't inform you of how we just did some serious major work. Yeah. No, we just developed a new technology to actually slice silicate. It's revolutionary. We're going to save 40% on our solar panels coming up. We'll be able to sell solar panels at under $1 a watt in the competitive world of the world marketplace. I know a lot of you don't track solar power, but I do. And I can tell you that the advances that are being made in America are beyond belief. We just haven't built mass production yet. And that's because we're waiting for people like venture capitalists to finance it, which is a big mistake. And this is where I separate from the Democrats, Republicans. I believe that this government can fund startup operations that can show immediate payoff and result and build mass production. And we haven't really done any of that since the 1940s and earlier. We've fallen by the wayside when it comes to mass production because we thought that China and other countries could make things cheaper. But we're having breakthroughs in areas that they can't even begin to understand. I need a spritz after the solar array hit me. I'm down to refill time. Just enough for tonight's show. Yeah, I'm not gay. The stimulation of the pituitary gland. Sure, I'm open to watching it. I don't think we can not watch it. I mean, we have lots of things at our evening show, video show. Toys and gadgets. Okay, I'll look at that. It's not a pituitary. It's cool, but it's definitely something I want to watch, but this is not related to the stimulation of the pituitary gland. You have the wrong link. It is incorrectly linked. Beep! Beep! Yeah, there's this guy at our local store where we shop. I won't say which one, but hey, 20 million watching on Yag Lana. Welcome. He's got Tourette's syndrome, and he works the counter, and I won't tell you what store, otherwise you'll run down there and check him out. But whenever he does a sale, he's like saying, "Okay, do you want to pay with credit card or with your gift card?" Beep. And he does this. He's like, "Whip, beep." He can't control it. So if he was just talking to you, say, "Yeah, you know, we could go to a coffee shop and hang out together." Beep. It'd be great. I'm not laughing at people with Tourette syndrome, but it's just such a funny, unique Tourette syndrome that the guy's working. Yeah, he's actually working. He has a job. It's just great to see people with autism and Tourette's working in America. It really is. They can't help being this way. I'll never forget that time that I was at a salad bar and some guy with Tourette's walked up to the salad bar and started uncontrollably sneezing onto the salad bar. And I was like looking at my plate going, man, I was going to go for seconds. This is like terrible here. I can't eat anymore. So they got rid of all the salad bars after that, I think. They just had that one Tourette's guy that was just the whole company closed all their salad bars right after that. It was weird. It's sneezing on every single item. Tourette's. They can't control it. You have Tourette's, it causes you to shoplift Kit Kats at gas stations. Yeah, that's not Tourette's. That's called kleptomania. You've been misdiagnosed. Well, if you are drinking a lot of fluoridated water or any type of beer, almost every beer in America is fluoridated heavily. Municipal water, if you drink tap water, you're fluoridated. So your pineal gland has been calcified, so you no longer can think. You're just kind of like going through the motions like, hi, what's for dinner? Okay, I'm going to watch TV now, bye. Hello, David. Trump is playing golf while the economy is tanking. Please help. I will. I will not play golf in the White House or near the White House. I know. He must have snuck out and got to his New Jersey golfing site with his own private security because they don't have enough money to pay for his security system now. He's bankrupted us. I'm just glad that the country is actually firing a lot of these government workers. We don't need them. They're not qualified. I know government workers that tell me that they know about 5 or 6 things that they do every day. That's all they do. The same thing over and over again. They go to college and they end up getting a degree, and they go on to a good government job, and they do 5 to 10 things repetitively all the time. Nothing a robot couldn't do. I believe if we replace every government worker right now with robots, we will cut our budget by 85%. That's what I believe. Pulling out is not effective in stopping, you can have an unwanted pregnancy even if you try the pull-out method. Everyone who tells me they tried the pull-out method never ever is happy with the outcome. Yes, you could have a sonic beam break up your calcification, but if it gets too close to your medulla oblongata, you could have residual effects and trauma, possible necrosis. I don't know, but I'm reading out of my mind. I'm not a doctor. I'm against the idea of sodomy among gay people. Yeah, I just personally think it's an immoral act, possibly. But your choice, if you choose to be, that way, that's your choice. I certainly respect whatever consenting adults want to do in the privacy of their own sick world. It's fine with me. What do I care? No, not sodomy per se, because technically sodomy includes fellatio. Donald is thinking possibly of not withdrawing after all. We're going to stay for a while in Afghanistan. They've decided that they may not pull out right away in Afghanistan. It's going to be a little bit of a slowdown. Yeah. It's going to be a slowdown. I want the entire, not the summary, I want the entire site on Adobe PDF. There we go. They had redacted it so I couldn't look at it. Okay. Oh, this is too much. What the hell? Yeah, see, I wanted it, but not that much. That's just terrible. Nope, see, I'm in the wrong place. I'm going to have to get... We'll look at this next time, but I can tell you that there's something wrong. I totaled up the number of dollars doled out to our military, and I average it out. It's the average military officer is getting over $120,000 a year based on our payroll. That's not good. This is a solar array that's built in China. Let's listen in. Yeah, pretty cool. I'm glad they're doing this. I wish them well in their efforts to be solar. Absolutely. You used to have to go to school with blue bread, mild cheddar cheese for lunch, and black bananas. Okay, so you're complaining about going to school with black bananas and mild blue cheese and blue bread? So you literally had to eat rotten food when you went to school without spirit as a kid? Your parents refused me to have school dinners only once a month? Oh, I'm so sorry. You have suffered so much. Poor without spirit. Wow. Yeah, I only got $0.25 a week for allowance. And being a Rothschild was not easy. I'm kidding. I'm not a Rothschild. But no, I only got $0.25 a week for allowance. So don't complain. I saved my money up and bought a scientific calculator in 1975. And it was amazing. It was $150. It was all my savings. So I could finish my second year of college calculus at the age of 15. Anyway, a week later, or 2 weeks later, the calculator dropped to $39. From $150 to $39. It really pissed me off. Here's something interesting. A sea slug steals photosynthesis genes from algae. Isn't that fascinating? So it literally pulls the algae genes into its own body and uses it to create photosynthesis. The brilliant emerald green sea slug, Elysia chlorotica, spends months living on the sunlight just like plants. It's been called the photosynthesizing sea slug in the past, but how it managed to do this as well as it does is a complete mystery. I understand how it does that. but I don't want to talk about it. Okay, moving on. No, I'm not going to be casting more than a 5-hour show and a 4-hour video cast. Are you serious? Utah now has a DUI law where if you have one beer, it could make you test positive for a DUI. That's insane. Don't drink and drive, whatever you do, folks. It's not worth it. The dull, cheap-ass cleaver? Well, don't talk about my Rogers and Hammerstedt like that. That's a very, very nice knife I have. Not some dull, cheap-ass cleaver. That's my French-cut knife. I probably won't part with it. But I will integrate the new knife that Meow got me into the show, yeah. I'll be cutting an onion with that knife. It's an amazing knife. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's a huge gift. To this day, I can't even find one online to compare its value. Rogers and Hammerstedt. It's different than Rogers and Hammerstein. I believe he did spend a lot of money on me. I don't know what he spent on me. We can't even find a comparative value. It doesn't exist. He sent me like a one-of-its-kind type of a knife set. There's nothing available anywhere in the world. Well, Caitlin, I will pardon her, but it looks like her account was hijacked. And if she does it again, it'll be a permanent ban. Okay? Yeah. I can't allow somebody to come in here and slander me like that. It just doesn't fly. All right? Thank you. Well, Dr. Meow, what about Scissorfight? Scissorfight got an incredible gift. He made this beautiful pen set. It's amazing. It's staghorn sumac and black walnut. Check this out. He made this with his lathe. That's black walnut. And this is staghorn sumac. Look at the lines in that, the detail, the fine craftsmanship. He made these. And then on top of that, he surprised me with a lapel mic, which I'm going to test out on my DAT recorder. Made out of a bullet casing. Isn't that cool? An actual lapel mic, which is going to be invaluable. Scissorfight made this. He has a company, he makes this stuff. Isn't that fascinating? The pens are really amazing. Sarah and I now have 2 pens each. It's phenomenal. And these cases that he sent can hold both of them, so we could sign important documents someday. Well, he's been very generous. But you know, it's kind of amazing. I didn't expect it, but sumac, it's not a poison sumac, but it's from the sumac, staghorn sumac tree line. I'm really into trees. I have a special love. I'm a tree whisperer. Yeah. So I love wood, and I love every derivative of wood, including paper. So I'm kind of a unique person that way. I'm not a tree hugger per se, because that's a little too left to where I am. I won't cut trees unnecessarily, and if we do tree cutting, we want to manage the forest so they grow back quickly. Clear cutting should be outlawed. You gave a woman that? Really? You're into woody ducks? You like your wood? Well, I like all brands of trees, and I like the nature of wood. I like how the rings of a tree talk about time, and I love that. I just like wood. I like paper too. I have one of the largest paper collections in the world, actually. I don't like to brag, but I do. No, we don't talk about that. No, we don't take big calls from that guy anymore. I like Braunschweiger, yeah. Leberwurst, sure, that all very good. Braunschweiger is a good type of leberwurst. Model Rosanna Purcell reveals stretch. What a great way to end the show. Apparently, the cellulite is becoming a big problem for women who overeat at fast food restaurants. So, Rosanna Purcell, aka Roz, the 28-year-old former Miss Universe Ireland, posted brutal, honest words to her followers on Instagram who may be struggling with body confidence. Okay, she was brutally honest. Let's hear. She revealed the true extent of her stretch marks and cellulite in an honest post. Wow. Let's take a look at the cellulite. Oh, wow. It's a possible cellulite here. Honest post. Thank you. Yeah. Sacrilege. Showing of nudity will be strictly forbidden. Is it her fault for being beautiful, or is it your fault for being excited and aroused? Earthquake of 6.9 strikes the Philippines. Small tsunami possible. Bus to border. Okay. I don't know. I haven't seen your name here. You seem new. Yep. Earthquake of 6.9 strikes out the Philippines. Small tsunami possible. You know, a small tsunami could kill hundreds of people like the last one in Indonesia. There is a strange thing happening to the Earth right now. The fewest sunspots recorded in a period of time. And they say that there's some underwater outgassing among volcanoes. So this is another of the Pacific Rim events that have happened today. Yeah, the Philippine island of Mindanao had a 6.9 magnitude shock, and it may also affect Indonesia, Palau, and Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said. No reports of casualties other than some cellulite damage to a woman. Oh, I'm mixing stories. Yes, there are Muslim rebels on Mindanao, and you know, it's still a big part of our military strategy in the Philippines. So I believe that Duterte, oh, you're going, yeah, on to the after show, right? Duterte, I think, is personally cultivating these terrorists so that they could veritably plague our government and our military that's stationed in Mindanao. I don't trust the whole thing. I don't think Melania has a stitch of anything, cellulite or anything. I think she's pretty amazing. She's a woman who's living under a lot of pressure. I could see that on her face. But she handles herself very, very well. I've never been there, Jive Turkey. I'm not sure what you're talking about. And we don't allow Trump pictures like that in here. So I really love my show too. I could pull an all-nighter. Unfortunately, my system needs to recharge. My hydrogen-powered system can only go through 5 straight hours of nonstop speech before requiring lubrication. That's why I keep this big, huge carafe of hot coffee at my readiness. Yeah, your day's old on the Dow. Yeah. The Dow dropped really bad, but it went up again. Yeah, it just bounced back up over 1,083 points. So, bus to border, wake up call. Yep. All right. Well, I got to tell you, beer guy. Yeah, thanks for kicking him. People who talk about Trump all the time without putting it in context that he probably will be impeached should really understand. Oh, really? You're convinced that Isla Fries is lying to me? Wow. Okay, I'll reban her. Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. All right. I guess we have to do what we got to do. I started the show with a concern that this woman is being held in an Iranian prison. She's a charity worker named Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, and she has not been given a proper exam. She's got lumps in her breasts from a previous encounter with breast cancer, and the Iranians won't even test her for breast cancer. So that's right. And that's a sad story I started with. And then I went to this story, which is perhaps the most disturbing news out there, that Russia claims to have a new missile that flies 27 times the speed of sound and renders all defenses useless. Now, on the eve of Donald Trump announcing that he's pulling out of Syria, they announced this. I'm convinced that Russia is not even willing to talk about denuclearization, possibly getting back on track with an intermediate range missile treaty. The INF, the Intermediate Nuclear Force Treaty, has not been renewed. So if Donald is doing anything constructive this week, I think it should involve getting out there and telling various members of our international community that we want to talk about reinstating a new international nuclear treaty, INF treaty. I can give him some tips. Trump can make this happen. Yeah. Trump is offering a great thing of pulling out of Syria. I was the one that suggested it a long time ago, but we need something like even an overture of effort by them to meet us halfway. Creating a new missile that's 27 times faster than the speed of sound that can go Mach 27 is not exactly what we call broaching the divide, to put it mildly. So I think we need some sort of an effort from Putin to at least address these issues so he doesn't look like he's reliving Hitler's greatest goal, you know. So if you have a good intent to look good, Vladimir Putin, in the world, you won't spend your time telling you're going to create missiles that are this destructive. It's not advancing any goals toward peace whatsoever. And I'm more than willing to meet you halfway if I'm president, if that day ever comes. So I'm speaking to a generic anybody out there. I'm not actually communicating with Vladimir Putin. Just so you know. It's not like Donald Trump. Oh, I'm very close friends with Vladimir Putin. Oh, yes. Oh, I don't know him at all. Oh, no. I have no idea who he is. Yeah, let's not blow up the world just because of these power-hungry animals. Exactly. I agree. And even the Japanese are secretly working on supersonic missiles. And I don't want to get into the details of our antimatter weapon because, frankly, I don't have any details. I'd love to talk about the antimatter weapon that we are building not. But you realize if we had an antimatter weapon, well, that matters significantly. But if we had an antimatter weapon, we could virtually wipe out every single missile on the planet. You realize that, right? I'm sure you do. I know. Trump is being tough on the border, tough on the issue of getting the... Yeah, but we need a fence built. Trump is really supporting my idea, and I think it's important to recognize that, yeah, the shutdown is necessary. Yeah. If Charles Schumer doesn't want to fund $5 billion for the border fence, but he wants to pay $10.8 billion to Honduran and Guatemalan construction companies, Charles Schumer is a snake, and he won't do what's right for the American people, and I think the American people need to know that. If it means taking down our entire economy, I don't want that. But I do believe that a shutdown will help our economy. I sing and dance, and I do a jig in the shower. Yeah. I do. I do a little tap dancing in the shower, and I also I sing some of the Negro spirituals that were very popular in the 1900s. Like Swing Low, Sweet Chariota, that's a favorite in the shower. Swing low, sweet chariot. That's really one of my favorite. Oh, hey, speaking of border fences, yeah. Russia is building a border fence between Crimea and the Ukrainian proper. Crimea's de facto authorities say the fence aims to protect the peninsula's populations from Kiev's crazy antics. Okay. Look at this, even Vladimir Putin creating fence to separate Crimea from Ukraine. Efim Fix, a spokesman for de facto Crimean parliament, told the Russian news agency RIA Novosti on Friday that the move was necessary to protect the local population from the crazy antics of the current Ukrainian government. He claimed that everything can be expected. Whoop-de-doo. Jeez. Look at these numbers. The number of military personnel in NATO countries, as they should be, by the way. Let's take a look. We're spending a lot of money for our national defense and NATO's too. So let's not forget we've got strong allies there. Thank you. That's weird. It's selling me a premium account. All right, don't post things like that here. Thank you. Jim, don't ever post things that require you to pay money to see. I mean, hello. David, at work on the new missile that can travel up to 27 times the speed of sound is astonishing. Well, I'm only talking about it because, frankly, if Russia is going to create a missile like that, I'm not sure if you should brine your turkey. No. It's too salty already. Don't brine your turkey. If Russia is going to create a missile like that, we need to consider maybe upping our game and introducing to the world our antimatter weapon. I think it's time. I won't play any golf at all. I left golf hole-in-one. I'm going to leave on good terms. I put a hole-in-one when I was 13. I'm amazingly talented. I'm very, very, very coordinated. I mean, I've got like a genius kinetic ability. I really don't want to play golf anymore. It's just a bore. Plus, you walk the golf course breathing Roundup and pesticides. It's amazing Trump can even live with his Roundup and pesticides and Diet Cokes every day. I just hope he's okay. Because I'm beginning to like Trump. Yeah, not in a sexual way, because I don't think he's that sexy, and I'm not gay. But in a weird kind of tangential way. I mean, anybody who steals my ideas on a daily basis must in some way like me, right? So without having actually talked to him, I feel a kind of a kinship with him because he literally is like sucking our ideas dry. I think that's very nice. A rat has been detected in soup in Vancouver. I know that this is bound to happen with a lot of the new chicken coming from China. There it is, the whole rat in and of itself right there in the soup. Emotional Vancouver restaurant owner responds to dead rat encounter. Soup on a cold winter's day typically does a trick to lighten the mood and warm the cockles of your heart. Videogram posted. Response to dead rat encounter. Posted video. I'm going to talk about this place. She turned out to be a radio check. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. What is this? Oh my god, it's the dead. Is it supposed to be there?
Okay, I've seen enough to start vomiting uncontrollably. Excuse me while I consult my barf bag. I don't go to Chinese restaurants now after the reveal that Donald Trump is now accepting Chinese chicken into our country. It's not chicken, folks. There's something wrong. Have you noticed that the Chinese food that you eat, how do you get chicken to look like that? I don't know, man. I can see how General Chow's chicken and some of the breaded chicken looks like breaded chicken, like breast of meat. But some of that chicken, just the skewers, that doesn't look like chicken to me. I know. Chinese food kind of went downhill when they went buffet, I know. But they've been making a lot of money on American consumers still to this day. In America, I'd like to see a line of smorgasbord start up. I'd like to get you started in the smorgasbord business. If only I had the funds to get you started. U.S. has many times discovered fried rats and chicken. Oh yeah, well, what are you always coming down on the U.S. retailers? Just because we show you a picture of Chinese chicken in Canada doesn't mean you have to hate on American retailers like Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yes, they have put rats in the chicken before. It's very uncommon. Hardly ever happens. The Chinese food in most American takeouts is about as real as Chinese as Taco Bell is to Mexicans. By the way, Taco Bell failed in Mexico twice. They tried to open up a chain of Taco Bells in Mexico. They couldn't make it work. Thank you, Johnson. You know, people don't call me that. Only you do. Yeah, so you get kicked from the show. Got to kick him 3 times. I have had crab ragoon, but again, you don't know what the crab ragoon is really in. It's mostly, white flour, GMO flour. I can't adopt your 16-year-old nephew. You're dying soon. He's a loser, but I can't turn him around. No, I'm sorry. He's a loser. Just give him a good inheritance and he'll be okay. Buy him a trailer in some remote location on barren land. He'll make it. No, he's already lied to us. He can't be accepted into the inner circle. Mad Adventures China, Mad Cook meets the dog. Oh, you're going to show us eating a dog? No, I'm going to pass on that one. Thank you. Animal snuff movies are not my thing. Yeah, America, Tesla is the only American car company making sedans and subcompacts. We lost our American car companies thanks to, people like Donald Trump and Mitt Romney. Is there anything we should buy from China before tariffs kick in 3 days? Yeah, a car. Never had one of those, no. I think you need to buy a car that's affordable right now because there will be a big uptick in the cost of vehicles, they say. Like most of your nice cars right now, you can get for anywhere from $17,000 to $35,000. But in about a year or two, you may be looking at more like 25 to 42. That's my suspicion. I have a hybrid. Yeah, I've got a few hybrids. Sarah has a hybrid. I've got a hybrid. Yeah, it's not like I need anything. I'm really blessed that way. I never really wanted to have a lot of material items, but I found a really nice vehicle in the Honda Insight. And 10 years ago, I did a video showing my Honda Insight to everybody, and it's still the same car, and it looks identical to this.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon.
Yeah, that was when I first got it. It's down to about 55 now, but it's a great car, and it has served me very well. And we liked it so much, we got Sarah another one. Yes, I have gotten younger. That's true. I have discovered a way to intellectually reverse time. It looks like it's from the future, doesn't it? That's because it looks identical to the car that My Favorite Martian had. We have the same car. Mine has a black pinstripe down the side, and hers is it's a CVT transmission, continuous variable transmission. Yeah, my teeth got a little bit better when I decided to use press-on veneers. It is the fruit enzyme. I need to refill the bottle too. Michelle Dermaceuticals is the product I use, and I put a 1 to 10 ratio of 1 part of fruit enzyme spray to 9 parts of purified water. So I buy this for about $16 to $20, this bottle, and it's up to $22 from the company itself, but it's amazing. It makes you feel great. It's not an oily feel. It kind of freshens your face up. It has that fruit zesty feel, but it has all kinds of great coenzymes in it that help keep your skin revitalized. If you're facing the ravages of time, you've got to fight it, you know. You do. You're going to end up getting older no matter what, so you have to think in reverse. Imagine yourself not getting older. It's part of it's kind of a pre-visualization behavior that you have to engage in. They're not chemicals, they're fruit enzymes, naturally derived from natural products, organic products. So by spraying it on my face, I'm actually invigorating my skin. Nope, not lutefisk. I'll tell you, I just don't like the taste of that stuff. There's a place in my area that's putting on a lutefisk dinner, and they charge a lot of money for it. I'm not going. Don't they realize Norwegians are too cheap to spend money? They don't get that. They thought I was Swedish, I know. There's probably no Norwegians there at all. It's probably all Swedes. I do meditate. I'm meditating right now. I'm thinking on an interdimensional level. It may appear that my body is engaged in interactive chat, but I'm right now in a far, far away place in a jungle environment, sojourning with nature. It's not always easy, but I found a very private place where only the cows really enjoy life. So this concludes another daily show. I can't get over I do these every night, and it's like amazing. I don't seem to wear out. I'm not sure what the deal is. Is it the coffee, the organic coffee I'm drinking? Well, I've done over 30,000 hours of broadcasting, so it's just so easy. You know, I seem to like it. Oh, now there's a great solar house idea. There you go. Now you're talking. See, the real pathway to freedom, in my opinion, is living within your means. And this little project looks like a plan to do that. Facing the sun, you've got roof slopes up to 19 degrees, solar collectors, efficient insulation, windows with good A value. Excess heat from the indoor air is used to heat the incoming air and tap water. Wow. One radiator on each floor could heat the whole house. There's heat recovery, drains. This is a really well laid out plan. I love it. Very cool. Water catchment. See, that's why we feature a lot of tiny house stuff on our show, because we want all of you to live a sustainable life. Now, tomorrow is my first sustainable Saturday. Now that Trump is pulling out of Syria, I feel my mission is done there. And I believe the anti-war rally can now move to the Sustainable Saturday theme, where we start to build the sustainable economy of the future. I think tiny houses are good for young couples. A lot of millennials and snowflakes are getting out there and trying to save money. It's the only way to go. I can eat on $1, well, $5 a month is impossible, Lord. Yeah. You can't possibly. I got my Skype to work yesterday, but I didn't start the computer today. Jab, turkey. We finally got it running, so it'll be available next week. All right, so we're going to sign off. Thank you for coming in and participating in our show. Lots of weenies was here. I can't see Vaughn at all, and she came in and talked about, you know, trying to be Trump but has zero charisma. Wow. You know, Ryan, I'm gonna report you for abuse. Yeah, this Ryan, I just reported him on Twitter. Yeah, he was abusive. All right. You're welcome. Take care. Good night, everybody. We are doing this show every day against all odds because I am the person with Trump's ideas. I'm the one who thought of them, and Trump is the one that stole them because I'm Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt. Oh, my Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt. Oh, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.